In this project, we are going to be learning a lot because I added quite some functionalities. So let's just start with creating an account to just test out our project. Now note that you can use email and password to create account, and you can also use GitHub Vault. So what I'm going to just do is let me just come down here, use any email, any username. Let me just say okay, just do okay, and let me just say just at gmail.com, and let me just add a password and create account. Now once we create the account, it's going to take us to sign in component. So we're going to just say the email we use to sign up, okay, and our password. Now we sign in, we should have a smooth sign in. Now we have these people that have posted, and if you notice you can zoom out on this by just clicking on this, so you can view it more. Okay, so if you want to view any image, just click on this, you view it. So any image you want, just click on it to view it. Now you can create post, you can like post. Now let's just say you want to like create a post, and then just come down to profile to just see what you have. So remember of social media, just do, you can just edit profile and let me just say you want to say I love coding, so be our bio. Okay, you can just save changes, and once you do that, you will see I love coding immediately appears, successfully updated toast message. Okay, so let's say you want to add what are they calling it, an image, that is an avatar URL. You can just come here and choose, let me just choose any image from, let me see, okay, I'm trying to see what image I can pick. Let me just choose this, save. So successfully updated, you see the image here. Okay, so that is that. Now you have 0 posts, 0 followers, 0 following. If I just click on new post and just say my first post from Josh Jew, and here you can just, if you want to upload an image, you can just click on this to upload image. Then just click on post. So once you post, you see I have one post, and if you come down here to our home, you're going to see the post here, my first post from Just Joe. Now let's say you want to add an image. Let's say we just click on this. Let me just click on this next.js. Say next.js. Next.js is growing. Okay, so immediately we uploaded it changed the icon. So I'll just click post. So we're waiting for it to post. Now you see the latest one, which is this. So if we sign up on it, zoom out on it, we should see this. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is come down to explore and search for other users. Let me see if we have Sam. Okay, Sam. I think we have 2 users, Sam Dev, Samu, and if we can, I think we can search for ourselves. Just Joe. I think we have another person, John Doe. So those are the users present on this. What are they calling it, on this social media app? So what we're going to now do is allow these activities. This is where we're going to see like our notifications. Okay, so let's say we followed somebody, the person will be notified that yes, and you followed him. And let's say somebody followed us, we're going to be receiving the notification in this activity page. Okay, now let's say I want to just come down to home and now to follow somebody. I can just come here, go to John Doe's, and let me say follow. And if I follow you, you will have one follower. Why I'll be following one person, so mine will be showing one following. Okay, so if I come down to this, I see it's one following. That's that, and the other person will have a follower, and this one other person had one follower because it's also a new user. So let's say you follow somebody that has been since, that is this family wide dev. I use GitHub to create this account. So if you follow this one has been since, it has 2 followers, 2 following, and 6 followers. If you follow this, okay, then you are going to be having 3 followers, and I'm going to be having 2 following here with 0 followers. Now the person we followed, which is Sami Dev and what are they calling him? Sami Dev and John Doe's, okay, they are going to be receiving the notification. So let me just come here and create a new incognito window. So I'll just see something like, let me see. I don't want them to share the session. So I'm going to sign in with GitHub. So just come here and just sign in with GitHub for the Sami Dev user. So I'm waiting for it. So it's done. Oh, okay. I don't want to actually add my, okay. Let me see. I hope it adds it. So sign in. So okay. Enter the code 2 factor 602659. Verifying. So I think it's redirecting us now. So we have this. We are getting down here. So if you come down to our profile, first you see we have 3 followers because I followed this initial account, this one followed this profile. I mean, this one we just created followed him. Okay, so I mean, so you have 3 followers and it's following 2 people. Okay, so if we can come down to activities to see our, so this one follows you. That means this just Joe, which is me, followed him, and this one also followed. That is the initial and linear on. So you can just you can even follow this just Joe. So what I'm going to now do is just click on just Joe avatar URL, that is image, and click follow. Once you click follow, it's going to have a follower, and this account you have 3 following, as you can see. That's that. Just very simple. And the activity we should see this notification here. Sami Dev follows you. Okay, so that is that. And let's see for the profile. That's it. Okay, so if you want to create new post, you know how to create it. And if you want to log out, you can just click on this to log out. So if you want to see it on mobile, that is on, let me say, mobile view, you can just see this. So if you want to create account, create a post, just click on this, that plus icon, the plus icon here, and it will pop that up. And you can actually view our notification, then our profile page, then you can explore other users, check for other users, and also see what you got here. So let me just log out. So yeah, for us to log out, you have to, for logging out on mobile is here. So just click on this and we're going to log out. For us to log out for this, I have to click here to log out. To continue with this project, we're going to simply open command prompt. So what I'll just do is open command prompt, and from there we'll just go to desktop, and since I've changed our directory to desktop, then we're going to just say npx create next app, okay, at latest. Now we're going to give the name of our project. Let us see project, let me see project emerald, something like that. Okay, so we're going to wait for it to instantiate. Okay, yes, so it goes on. Once it's installed, yes, use the recommended default. So now it's installing our dev dependencies and dependencies. And once we're done, we can start the project immediately. And before we even start the project, we are going to need to even download some other libraries like Motion, Lucid React, and other ones. So let's just wait to instantiate. So we're done installing right now. This so our project is done. Now what we're going to just do is to change our directory to cd project emerald, which is this. Okay, so cd, change our directory to project emerald, and now we are going to simply go further by installing other packages we need. We're going to need Motion, and we're going to need SUPABASE. That's very important for our backend. SUPABASE, I think at SUPABASE. So I think SUPABASE are okay. And we're also going to be needing SUPABASE, SUPABASE JS. Okay. And what else are we going to need? We're going to need Motion. we will need Lucy React, and we're also going to need React Toastify. That's what we're going to be using for our toast message to show the messages. Okay. I think for now let's just leave it as this and install these packages. Then from there we enter our VS Code and continue our project. So we're done installing the packages. All we're going to do is to enter our VS Code. So let me just close this. Not really necessary again because we can actually use the terminal from this. So I'm going to just click Ctrl Shift backtick to bring that out. So let me just now you can just run npm run dev to see what we got. But let me just come down to our theory.config.ts. Now that will be in our app folder and this. So I'm going to just come here. Continue with global.css. So our table configuration. I'm going to simply remove this and also remove this, and we are going to be using, since we are going to be using primary color, our primary color will be emerald. So I'm going to just let me just add this color jungle, let me say 950. So I'm going to be using, instead of this, let me just 022, so 262. I think that will be for that, and also give it another jungle of 900, and it will have, it will be 0, let me say 64 it will be, and now let's give it the emerald blue. So what I'm going to do simply is, let me say color emerald glass. So let's remove this as usual. I'm going to do this RGB. So I'm going to be using RGB. I'm going to say 185, and let me say 129. Okay, 0.1. Okay, so now I'm going to say the border of this blue. So I'm going to say color emerald glass border. So let's just remove this, use RGBA, and let's give it like 16, let's say 185. Basically it should be the same, and let me just this one will be 0.2, so it will make a little difference. Okay, so let's then give it an animate. Let's say animate fading. So I'm going to say fade, so the CSS line fading, and no, fade in 0.5 seconds is out. Okay, so I'm going to animate slide up, and I'm going to say fade, no, this is slide up, it will be slide up. Let us give it an amount 0.5 is per second is out. Okay, so let's add the keyframes. Our keyframes, let me just say fading. So now I'm going to add the keyframe for our fading. So let's say from opacity will be 0, and so our opacity will be 1. Okay, let's see how we got. I think that's it's okay like this. And let's also add the keyframe for our slide up. So keyframe slide up, we name it as slide up, and from, let's say I'm going to do transform we translate y. Okay, translate y of, let's make it 20px. Okay, and I'm going to give it an opacity of 0. So and also I'm going to use transform. Let me that transform, give it a translate y of 0, and opacity Now let's make the opacity 1. So of course it should be 1 now. So we're going to come down here. Let's so I'm trying to see what I can change here. Apart from that, let me remove this first, and I'm going to be using these routes. So let me say the roots we are going to be using a background of 0. Let me close this. 0 2 2 C 2 2. Okay, and let's make the foreground to be, that is ACF CFDF5. Okay. Mm, let's just give it this. Let's give it towards initially. Okay. What I'm going to now do is body background. So our background color, let's make the background color. I'm going to take this background here from here, and now this color. And for our color, we'll make it foreground, yes. And our font family, mm, let's do it as this. And overflow X to be hidden. Okay. So dot glass. I'll give it a class name. So I will say background. Let's give a background. Let me just say background. Background RGB, and I'm gonna say 244 34, and let's say 0.7. Okay, and I'm going to give a backdrop filter. Backdrop. Okay, backdrop filter of blur. So the no, the blur will be 12 px, and let's also give it. It's a WebKit. WebKit backdrop, backdrop, and I'm going to say filter. Okay, so what I'm going to do is blur. So give it a blur of 12 pixels. Okay, so let's just say border. Our border should be 1 pixel solid. Okay, so now let's take our color of our border from emerald, emerald glass border. Okay, so coming down here, let's now give it like another class. All these class we're going to be using them in our JSX. So let's say glass over, and I'm going to see give it no. Okay, so okay, now we got the background. Let's give a background of GBA. So 16185 and 129 0.15. Now let's give it a box shadow. So our box shadow will be 0 0 and 15 pixel. So 15 pixel. Think let's give it the color of the box shadow should be 16 185 129, and what else can we just make it 0.2. Okay, now let's give it a transition to give some animation kind of vibe. So all 0.3 seconds is okay. So we're done with that. Now let's come down to our SUPABASE. Let me run this and see what we got. Look, let me use command prompt. Okay, so it is npm dev. So to see what we got, and as we're doing that, let's come down to our page and see. Let me open Chrome. So I've opened this one down because I'm going to be using SuperBase. So I'm going to be creating a project in this organization. So if you have not used SuperBase, I don't open SuperBase, I mean, you are going to need to create an organization. So I created an organization, and name is YT. Okay, but that's why I'm going to be creating the project. So all this, I'm going to be following this documentation for also SUPABASE server side dot SUPABASE server side dot um SUPABASE server side authentication. I mean, okay. So let's just say localhost 3000. Um, so we got this. We got this. Okay. Now let me just remove all this. Let me remove all this. I'll just say leave. No, leave. Hello. As simple as that for the meantime. Now, okay. Let me remove this. Now let's instantiate our SUPABASE. SUPABASE. Can I say our SUPABASE authentication? So we're going to just start with. Now let's come down to our docs here. So we got this. And let's see how we go. So I've installed this in our project URL. Okay, so we need to now create our project. Now let's come down to SUPABASE. I'm going to create new project, and let's just say project. Okay. Let me just use generate a password, and what else? Let's just create project. So I was creating a project. When it has created that, I was creating, I'm going to be leading all this. Okay. So in our next.js, in our inf file, so let's just come here and create an inf file. So .inf. So I'm going to just copy this and paste this here. So do this, and I think it has created our project. So let's just come here. So so this, let's see what we got here. So we need to create a folder named library, my library, and SUPABASE. Then we create our client TS in it. And this client TS are going to be using to instantiate SUPABASE on the client component, that is on the client side. Okay, so what we're going to do is open file app and create a library. Let me just create no let me do something. I want to create the library, the folder in arrow. So lib, so let me just say lib, and I'm going to say new file. Let's make it SUPABASE slash client dot ts. Now let's just copy this and paste this here. That will be that, and let's close down. So for our server.ts, we need to also come down here, create new file, server.ts. Okay, so we just copy this also, paste it. Let us close it. And as we scroll, okay, project.tx, sync. This project.tx should be in the root, so it will be proxy. Let's just create new file, say proxy.tx. So copy this. Okay, so in our SUPABASE folder that we created in our under our library folder, we should have a under project.tx. So .tx, that's like this project.tx is the middleware. So let's copy this and this. Okay. Okay. So slash login. I just let me just leave this for the meantime. Because this condition will affect our project just in a little way. So as library, SUPABASE, proxy, I'm getting this error. Okay, so maybe it has not recognized this update section. Let me just auto import it. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so we got that now. What else? Let's scroll up. I think that is that for that. Okay, so now we need to come down to, I'm getting zero. Let me reload and see what's going on. Create server clients. That means we have problem with this. Now we're having a problem. Let me try this and see how it goes. Still the same thing. Okay, okay. Okay, we don't I haven't put our super base URL yet. So let's just come here. Let me just let's just come here. We need to add our super base URL. Now come down to our project. Now we need to find our super base URL. That's our information. I think we're going to be getting them from, I'm not sure if it's database though. Nope, nope, nope. Project overview. Maps. It's not this. Okay. I'm getting our project URL. So let's just come here. And now we need to get our publishable key. I think, is it publishable key we added here? Okay, it's publishable key. So I was, because earlier on before it was unknown, but now I'm seeing publishable key. So since we have done our, now let's get our publishable key and let's just test this. I think the error should stop. It could not be found. Now this error, this is because we are not authenticated, and since we are not authenticated, according to our middleware, that's our project.cs, it's going to redirect us to our login page, our login route. And we haven't created our login route here. So what I'm going to do is, this is the middleware is associated in the SUPABASE folder of the library. So I think, where is it? Where is this condition? This is it. So that is, if there's no user, take us here. So that's how we got here. And what we're going to do is, let me just comment that. So if we should see, because I haven't created the login route, so let's just come down to our home. Because if I don't do this, I won't be able to come down here. So what I'll just do is go back to our page.txt. Let's close this and this and this. Okay. Now let's see what we can do here. So in this page.txt, we're going to just be adding our authentication page. So let me just say, and let's make it use client. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, so we've created a div. Let's just create another div, and what we're going to do is, now let's give this a styling. Let's just say styling of main height screen, and let's give it a flex of item center, and justify justify okay, justify center and relative. As okay, and I'm going to use an overflow of reading, and I think that's that filter. Now let's just style this. I'm going to make it absolute, and I'm going to say this will be like the background ambient blue kind of. So top 0 and left 0, width, let's make it with full. Okay, and what I'm going to do is give it an height of, let me guys full also background. Now this background I'm going to be saying radial gradients, circle art, let's say 50%, also. Then we'll just RGB, and also 16, 185, 129, and 0.1. Okay, so give it a transparent 70%. Okay, so this div, let's just do it as this. So we're getting out here. Now let's just, okay, let's say toast container. Now this toast container, I'm going to say thin, give it a dark, and the position should be like bottom right. Now we need to start this, and let's just say, let's just give it a width of 4, and max, let's say width MD, and padding no round of 6, relative. So no. Relative, and our Z index is 10, and give it a perspective. 1000. Okay, I think they know this. Let me say. Mm-hmm. Look at this perspective. Okay. Let me see. Perspective 1000 px. Let's see that. Okay. So now we need to just let me use. We are going to now need animate trans presence. This animate presence. This animate presence will be coming from motion react. Okay. So the mode will be create. I need to create div. Now div, let's just create another div here and create our issue, which will be emerald. Okay. Same way I can add the style. Let's just add by adding the styles. Now class name. Our class name will be text center. Uh, text center, and I'm going to be having a margin bottom of 8, and let's just style our text, and no. This will be for, let me see what we got. Oh, this will be for this. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just be adding the glass, and I'm going to say rounded. Let's make it rounded 3x0, and padding of it. So let's say shadow so XL, and I'm going to say border. Let's give it a border. Border. Let's give it a border emerald. Emerald of 500 over 20. Okay. Let me even call this social. Okay. Yeah. So now let's just come here and say P. Now this P will be taking. Let's just say enter. Let me say enter social emerald. Okay. Now let's just style this, and let's say our padding will be class name, and our class name, our styling will be class name test emerald, and this emerald, let's give it 200 over 60, and let's say empty. I don't imagine top of 2. Now let's just quickly style our each one as a class name. Let's say test for Excel, and let's give it a font of bold. Now this will be taking test transparent. Okay, background leave test. Okay, so background gradient to B, and let's see on the background gradient to be from emerald, and it's 300. Let's make this 300. Okay, so I'm going to say to emerald. Emerald, let me not use this. Let me say 600. Okay, we got that. So I think we need to now start by creating our form. So what we're going to do, let me even see what we can do in our animation. Let's just add animation because we need to add animation to this. So let me do this motion. This motion will be coming from motion. So we need to import it spiritually. So I'm going to say import motion. I think from motion react should be getting it somewhere here. Yep. Okay. So now let's just add the attributes for this animation. So I'm going to say key. Let's create the key because I want to make login and sign up to be in this page. So what I'm going to say is login. Now this is login will be coming from use state. So it's login, and I'm going to say login if I mean if it's login, then login, else sign up. I say sign up or register. Okay. So now we need to let me just quickly create the use state. Let me see. Const is login. No. Is login. And set is login. I'm going to say use state. Use state from React. So let us say false. So the other should go. And now you can now proceed with understanding and say you can also add the initial, of course. Initial is usually false. And you can add it, you can just shuffle the attributes as far as the initial and the animate is there. It's your animate. So rotate to y, and you are going to say 90. Let's say 90 opacity. Initially it should be like 0. Okay. So what I'm going to now do is animate. When we animate it, what are we going to get? So we should get something like the rotate y should be 0. Okay. So it's and the opacity should be 1. Opacity should be 1. And you can just say exit. You can also put we are going to also put transition. So exit, and we are going to say rotate y, and our rotate y will be minus 90. Okay, that as it's going out, opacity should be 0. And now let's just put a transition. So okay, our transition, we're going to give it a duration of 0.5, and let's say is we're going to use backout. Let me say backout. So backout, let me reload and see what we got. Okay, makes sense. So let's do that. Let me expand this. Okay, now we need to simply create our form. Okay, so let me just show this. I don't need to delete this. Just add our div, and let's just put our inputs. And these inputs will be taking like let's say type of email. Okay, and of course we're going to be needing the name. This name will be used by form.now, so the name attribute email, and let's give a placeholder. So this placeholder, let's say email, or can just use something like sample name.com. Okay. Okay. So now let's just give a simple styling to our form and say space y6. Okay. Nice. The spacing of the horizontal should be should be 6. Okay. And let us give this, let me just say class name width full. We give it a background black of 20. No. It's background black over 20. Okay, so border emerald. Now this emerald, let's just make it 500. Let's say over 30. Okay, and I will say rounded. Nope. Rounded Excel. Padding horizontal of 4. Padding vertical of 3. And let's give it test. Our test emerald should be like 50. Okay, and let's give it a focus outline. So our outline will be none, and and our focus, we're going to give the ring style, ring emerald, let's say 500 over 50. Okay, and let's put transition, and I'm going to say transition all. Okay, now our placeholder will be like test emerald, let me say 700 over 50. That's all you know. Okay. Okay. This border is not this. Just this. I'm not dealing with number, it's just really emerald. So okay. So now let me copy this. Let me copy this and let me just paste it here. And I'm gonna say give it password. Let's give it name of password also. And the placeholder, let me just say John Doe. Okay. So our class name with full. We don't change anything here, just the same thing. So let's just come here and add our button. I'm going to say, let me just give it a class name. Our button, if let me say give it a class name. The class name will be faithful, and obviously background emerald. That emerald should be 600, and over. So we're going to say over background emerald. Now let's make it 500. Okay, our text should be white, and make it font bold. Okay, and once it's font bold, we just give it a padding horizontal of 3, rounded, let's make it textile, and use the transition all. Okay, now let's give it a shadow, and this shadow, let's just say 0 0 okay, 20 px. Now I'm going to just use RGB, and I'm going to say 16 185 129 and 0.4. Okay, so let's give it over. Okay, let me just copy this. So over shadow, now I'm going to just say 0.6, and you can just make this 13. Okay, So I haven't written our text yet. So let us continue and see if it is disabled. If it is disabled, then we can give it an opacity of 50. And also if it's disabled, we can say cursor not allowed. So flex, justify, let us justify center and item center also. Now we need to add our text. Let's just see what we got there. So for this, I'm going to say we'll say signing. Okay, let me just give it cursor pointer. So I want to do something to this. Let me see. Let me see 100 first. Let me use it 100. Okay. So our hovering will be like 600. Let me just see 700. This is what I will just do now. It's very simple. I want to add a conditional statement that is if if it is loading, you need to add a loader, and also if it is logging, we should put sign in, or else we should just put like create account. Sometimes we need to create another use state. Now I'm going to say I'm going to just say loading set loading, or okay, let's just I wanted to put is loading, but it's not what I'm trying. Okay, so let's just say false. For this, let us give it, let's make it true. Okay, okay, let's just see how it goes. Now that means let me do this. Now I'm going to simply say if it's loading, that is, let me say if loading, let me say we're going to use loader 2 that is coming from Lucy React. Okay, class name, and we're going to animate spin. Okay, so else, so if it's logging, okay, then we're going to say let's just sign in, else let's just use sign up. When you sign up, let me just use create account, kind of it will be more professional. And since it's login is true, so if I take it to false, let me see what will happen. So still create account, so let's just do that. Okay, so the next thing now we're going to do is you just come down here, nice form, and I'm going to just say div. So yeah, we can just put our button, that is our button. This the button will be for like switching. Okay, so let's say is okay, let's say is if it's login, no, if it's login, then we'll see new year, else. Okay, if it's login, new year, so new year, so then we'll see plant a seed. Just use this, and I'm going to say else. Now already have a root, have roots. Okay, then let me close this. Okay, so we're going to now say sign in. Okay. Okay. Now let's just give this thing good styling, kind of simple styling. Let's just say class name. Now I'm going to see empty 6 to bring the margin button. Okay, margin top. I mean test center, and I'm going to give it class name. Our class name will be test emerald. Test emerald 480. Nope, 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 nope. And I'm going to say over test emerald, and our emerald is 300. And let's give it test sm and give it a transition colors. Okay, so you can just give it like, let me say, cursor enter. Okay, so what else can I add here? I think just leave it as that. So we need to actually add our own click. So when we click new year, if you are new year, plant a seed, we should, this is showing new year because we are logging according to our state. True. So new year, it should be showing new year, plant a seed, that means create an account. So if we click this, so let's say on click. So our on click will simply be, let me just say set. So I'm going to be like setting is login. Let's say, so we got this sign in. Already have root. So you already have root sign in. So it's as simple as that. Okay. Okay, so now let's add our logic for this auth. Let's add our logic for the auth. So let's just say, let me use function. Let's say async function. I'm going to use for the handle auth. So I'll handle the two auth in this function, and no. Okay. So handle auth, and let's just give our event. Let's give it our event this styling. Form events. Let me see events, and I'm going to say HTML form elements. Okay, so now let's say e.prevent default. Okay, now I'm going to just say set loading. I'm going to be setting loading to true, and what else can I do? Let's just say const form data, and our form data will be new form data as form data e.current target. Okay, so I will just say const email. So our email will be getting from our name attribute to form data dot get, which give our name attribute is email, and you can just put a string and leave it, or leave it as that. But since I'm not getting any error, let's just leave it as that. So let's just give form data dot get password. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we need to now add try to touch our our SUPABASE out. So what I'm going to now do is try cache. Use try cache. Okay. Let me first deal with the error. So let me just put it as any. So if any error, you just say toast dot the error. Now I need to actually import toast. Okay, so toast dot the error dot message. So let me just import this toast. Okay. Let me see what we got here. Okay, so mm, you can just continue by, let me just add finally, and set, I'm going to be setting the loading to false. Yeah. So what now? Now let's add our logic. Let's begin to add our logic. So if it is logging, if it is logging, so I will say const error. So the structuring error from our Supabase. Now this Supabase we need to get it from Supabase client. Okay. So what we're going to do is, let's come down to our Supabase client. Okay, so what I'll now do is I will say const Supabase equals await create client. So it should be coming from this. So we'll just say Supabase dot. Now we'll just say Supabase dot auth. Okay. So dot auth dot sign in. Now I'm going to be signing in with password. Okay. Now we need to add our email and password. Okay. Now, I said no, it's not assignable to string. Okay, maybe it's not getting our type error here now. String and string. Okay. So basically, I'm going to just come down here and say if those guys, if the success, those the success, will be welcome back to the jungle. Okay. So we're going to just simply router dot push. Nope. Now this router we need to actually create. Nope. Let me just see here. Const router. We can just say use router. This you know it's not supposed to be coming from it's supposed to be coming from net navigation. So use router and should be getting. Now let's come down here and say router dot push. So router dot push. So if we push it to app. Okay. So else that is if, let's say if it's not login, then we need to sign up. Okay. So now we need to now come down here because I don't want to add email verification. So what I will do is I don't want us to be verifying email, so I'll just come down to authentication, and if you've not actually signed up, we'll just come down to, I think, signing providers. Yes, signing providers. Our email. So, and for our email, I don't want to confirm any email. I don't think it's here. I think it's here. I'm not sure. Mm, 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 mm. Enable email provider, secure email change. I don't want to do that. This, I think it's here. Confirm email. So save changes, successfully updated settings. I think now we can now come back to where we're coming from and just see social emerald. Okay, enter social emerald. Okay, so now let's proceed to creating our create and what are you calling it? Our create to create let's proceed to create our account. So const error equals await. So I want to say super just the same thing actually. Now we need to name just say okay. So I can easily access Supabase dot auth dot. Now I'm going to say sign up. So I'm signing up. So I'm going to say email and password. Now we need to, if there is error. Now I need to show something. If there's error, I didn't even account for that. So I'll just say return toast dot error dot message. Okay. So if there's error, what I'll just do is return. This is just, you don't need to put it in there. And return toast dot error and error dot message. Okay. So what I'm now going to do is else say toast dot success. So if to the success, your account has been successfully created. Okay, so let me just do this. Okay, so I think that's the wait client that. So let's just, I'm going to just set his login to true so that it can then go back to his login. Okay, so what I will now do is, let me see, I'm thinking of adding one more thing. If I can add GitHub. Okay, let's do this. So I'm going to simply say, let me add it. So what I'll do is, let's come down to our form. Let's come down to our form and say or let me say continue with GitHub, and I'll just let me just give it a span, and I'll just say give it a give a GitHub icon. Okay, class name. I'll give the class name of size 6. And what I'll just do here is, and let me just say span. So I can just give it T. So P, I mean span. Let's just say test center. Let me make it div so it can break. Okay, so let me see test center. I think that let's just come down here and say class name. Let's make it justify center items center. Okay, then I'll just say flex, and what I'll just do is space. Let me see if it will work. Okay, so let me see test center. Okay, okay, so I'll give this like a p of 2. No. So what I'll just do is, let me see, last name p1 and rounded 4, and I'll just say background emerald 200. 800. So let me see, let me make it so this will this continue with top. Let's just say background, let me say emerald 200. Okay, how the hell? So let me just remove this. Now I want to bring this down here. So what I'll just say is, okay, I'll say p, no, okay, let me just give you another span and say Ctrl X. So I'll just give it like so. Okay, so that's that. And I want I'm getting this. Okay. The bottom, margin bottom. I put margin bottom here. Okay. Um, because I'm not expecting this to. Okay, what I'll just do is let me come to form and see what we got. Okay, so for the our button, got this, yes. So now we have, let's see the button. This is it here. Okay, where is justify center item center? Let me see. I'm going to I want it to be center. Width full ms auto. Okay, so you can just make this cursor pointer. So this, so now we can just see, since we have done this, let me see. Let me come down here. Margin button is now. Let me see tree. Or let me even remove this. So I want to continue with both GitHub up. So what I'll just do is I'll make it padding. I think it's done like that. Let me see. Let me make it 6. Let me make it 7. I mean 5, I mean. Okay. So I think we got this. So we can continue with GitHub. Now we need to add. Let me come down here and activate. Now I have to go to my GitHub account and do this. So let's see what we got for GitHub. So for GitHub, I'm going to just enable this client ID, and I think allow the user to successfully authenticate when the provider does not return an email address. Okay, so what I will now do is come down to our GitHub. So I'll just simply witness this way to load up. So I think we'll come down to settings. In settings, we're going to say this. So we're going to be getting our client ID and client secrets from since I've forgotten this thing. Okay, developer setting, forgotten. Developer setting. So we need to now come down to what app, and I think I've created one initially. I might just delete, let me just create new one, and I'll just call it like social URL, and the full URL to your application page. Let me copy this and paste it here. So I will just, I think that's that our authorization callback URL. I will have to copy it from here. I might change this later on. Enable device flow. So I need to change this to the correct name. So I think we've done that. Now let me this the client ID. I need to copy. So I'll just paste the client ID here, and we need to get our client secrets. You need a client secret, this one so generate client secret. Now just for this a confirm, and where is it? This is it. Okay, so we need to put our client secret here. So after putting our client secret, think that's that, then we'll just save it. So I'm waiting for it to save. So successfully updated settings. Now we need to now come back to, okay, let's see what we do. And I want to see if I can even be able to edit it down. Let me come down here and say edit. So in case I want to change the, okay, I can change it down. Okay, let's just continue. And let's say now for our GitHub we need to come down here. If it's login, okay. So continue with GitHub. I want to also add, if it's login, we can just even come here and say let me just create a function for it. I'm trying to add like a logic in between the, but let me just, and async function, let me just undo GitHub login. So I'll just do that, and what I'm going to do is try cache, and I'll try cache. I really just try to cache an error. So I'm going to say toast dot error, and I'm going to say error dot message, and let's give it a type of any, and let's just come here, and we're going to say const the structural error, and let's see and wait SUPABASE. I think I added SUPABASE. This SUPABASE. So I'm just cutting it. I'll just install it here. Okay, so passing it mask script. Coming. I'm not done yet. So maybe that's because of that error. So SUPABASE dot auth dot. Now we need to sign in with auth. Sign in with what? Now the provider, we need to provide our provider, and our provider is simply GitHub, and I think that's what we're going to need. Let me just say options. So our options, let me say redirect to, we're going to have to redirect, redirect to um not close this. So this will be objects. Okay, so when we are redirecting to our window, so we're going to just say window dot location, so location dot origin, and we're going to have to put at auth / callback. Okay, I think that's the, okay. So if there's error, let's say return error, nope, return toast dot error, cause let me see error dot message. So you can just even say, let me see. Okay, so let's just come here and also do the same thing. Or we can just use as that actually. So let's see what we got here. I'm getting, set SUPABASE dot auth sign in. I think we're getting an error here. So what I'll just do is address. Okay, so and we're going to just simply for this just do this. I think that's all that. Nope. Really, Not for this, just for this, I mean. So for this, we'll just add it here. I think there will be no more errors. So that's that. So now we need to add an on-click handler to our button. Let's come to our button here. I think this button itself supposed to be outside the form, so it will not affect it. So let me just Ctrl X. Okay. So I'll just say this, and I will just simply say on click. So I'm going to undo GitHub login. I think that's that. So I think our styling. So or maybe like NT4, or can we make it 5? I think that's that. Okay. So we got the so plant a seed, sign in, create account. Okay. So we are done with that. We can just test it. So let me just continue with it. Let me click on continue to see what we go. Oh, I'm making an error somewhere. I haven't added. Let me go and look for the SUPABASE SSR what, because I need to add a core background. So waiting for it. And the reason why is because of this. If you come down to our handle GitHub login function, we are going to see handle auth. We haven't even added handle auth to our own submit for form. So because of this, so what I'm going to just simply do is come down to our form and say on submit. No, on submit. And I'm going to just handle auth, and let's see how it goes here. So I think I'm looking for words. Nice GitHub. Okay. So redirect to you can even okay. Let me just so I'll just copy this, and I'll have to create the oaths in our app folder, like our app directory. So I'm going to say not file folder folder. I'll say oaths, and I think we have callback. Oaths callback. Let's see callback. So hash root.cs. So we'll just paste what we have here. We're getting our error somewhere. Server. Okay. So the problem is the import. So let's see. Client to created. Okay. So I'll just come here. So I'm going to be needing it from the server side. I'm actually getting it from the client side. I think that's that. Okay. So let's test what we got. I think that's that. So let's test what we got. Authorize. Mm-hmm. We're going back to sign in. What's going on? Let me see. Users. So it has signed up. Now I think why is it going back to sign in? Possibly because I didn't tell it to redirect back to root back to app. So what I will now do is I will say if error okay. So I will just say toast dot success. So I will say successfully logged in. So I will now redirect to app. So I think that's that. So if we come down here and try this, it should work. Let's just create account or create account, and let me just scale, let me just put any email, and I'll say Sam. Let me just choose create account. Just your account has been closed, has been successfully created. So now we need to just sign in. That means if you come down to this, let me reload this, refresh. So you see we've created the account, and let me see the details. So okay. So that means we just need to sign in. I didn't even remember the email I used. Let me copy the email from here. Copy and paste it. I think I remember the password and sign in. So welcome back. So the reason why saying page notes could not be found because we not created the home route of this. So the dashboard route of our social media app. So what we're going to do is come down to our app directory. Then we're going to have to create a new folder. So I'm going to call it app slash page.css. So let's just say sports default function. Nope. Let me see dashboard. It's not supposed to be in small letter. So sure. Okay. Now let me then. So I'll just say div hello. Okay. So we see we're in our dashboard. Okay. So now we need to create our app layout. Before continuing, we're going to simply create the pages, like the components for our that will be for our app layout. So what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to just simply let me come down to components. So what I'll do is create a component folder. Okay, and in our component folder I'll just create. Now I want to start with the mobile nav bar. Okay, so I'm going to say nav as mobile. Let me say nav.css. Okay, so now we need to export default function. So I'm going to say mobile nav. Okay, and now we're going to, let me say, return. We're going to return div. So we're going to return div. Let me just create another div. And now we're going to create our nav item. What I'm going to do is, first, what I will do is now just, let me start with styling is fixed. So bottom. So we're going to make the bottom 6, left 1/2, and our translate should be x 1/2, and as index, that z index will be 50, and let's make it width of 90%, and maximum width md. Okay, so let's just come down to the second class name, and I'm going to say glass, and let's make it rounded full, and let's give it a padding horizontal of 6 and padding vertical of 3, flex and justify between. So I'm going to say item center and give it a shadow. Okay, give it a shadow of 2x0, and now we need to just come down to create our nav item. Our nav item, what I'll do is, let me create this nav item. Let me say const nav item. Okay, so it's going to take the href. It's going to take the icon, and let me just give it icon. Now this, let me just do it as this, and let me just say active. And so what I'll just do is yes. Now I'm going to say link. And so we bring in our link from next link, and I'm just going to let me just give it an href of href, and last name will be equals, let me say p3 rounded full, and we're going to see transition all, and we're going to say duration 300. Now if I won't give it that if it's active, the particular color we want, and if it's not active, let me just do it. Let's say I'm going to just say, okay, let me say, let me turn this to backtick. So I'm going to say, okay, so if active, then we test emerald, and this test emerald, let's make it 400, and you're going to say background emerald, let's make it 900 over 30, and let's just say else test emerald, let's give it like 700, let's give it over 70, and when we over it, it should kind of give us test emerald for 400. Okay, so now we're going to just come here, and we're going to add our nav item. Let's now add our nav item. I haven't add our icon, I'm coming back to that. Okay, so we're going to just see, let's come down to our list, and let's add our icon. Now this icon is going to be just, let me just return it back to this. Okay, so I'll just say size. Our size should be 24. No, I'm making a mistake. Okay, so as that, now we're going to simply see href. So it's going to take us to slash app, and we're also going to take the icon, which is, let's see home from Lucid React, and we're also going to take active. So now this active, for us to use this active, we're going to need to use a react state, which is use path name. So I'm going to say const path equals use path name. Okay, so I'm going to say, let's come down here, and for active, path name should be equals slash app. So this path name is path. Okay, so now item icon active. Okay, I'm getting this error. Nav item cannot be used as a JSS component. I think the reason why I'm getting this error is, let me just do this. First, what is a use client? Okay, we need to, if I to use this, we're going to use return on this. So let me just, okay. So now we're just going to say, let's add another nav item. Okay, so this should be app slash, let me see, slash explore, and we're going to say, let's put our icon. Our icon should be like slash, and our active, that is the path name, so it will be app slash explore, app slash as flow. So what else? We need to just go to button and we're going to say plus. Okay. And for this button, we'll say stroke width. Our stroke width should be like 3 and our size should be like 28. Let's see how it goes. Well, you can't see anything now yet because I've not added all this to our app layout. So what I'm going to do is just style this, and I'm going to say background emerald. Let's give it an emerald of like 500. Text black and padding around of 3, rounded to be full, and let's say margin top of it border 4, and let's make the border, let's give this 02 to C22. Okay, this is the kind of emerald kind of color, and let's give transform. How am I getting this? The transform, and we're going to say over scale 110, and we're going to say transition transform. Okay, so now let's add another nav item, and this nav item will be taking like an href. Let me see, slash app and slash activity. So I'm going to say icon. Our icon should be bell, and let's make the active is path name. The path is equals, let's say, slash app slash activity. That's the route I'm going to create, and let's just copy this. So we're going to also use profile, and here we're going to use user, and we're going to, let me import it, and I'm going to say profile. So now we need to create another component, which is the sidebar component. Okay, so what we're going to do is come down to nav and create, let me see, sidebar success. Okay, export default function sidebar. Okay, and we're going to just say return. Okay, I'm going to return this ESX. Okay, so outside I'm going to need div, and I'm going to need hexagon. Now this hexagon coming from React, and I'm going to just style it. So I'm going to give it a class name of text emerald fill emerald, and let's just give it the female emerald of 500 and over 20. Let's just animate this and give it animate of pulse, and let's give it a size of 32. Okay, so let me just quickly style this. Let me say flex item center. Now I'm going to just say gap 3 and MB of 10 and padding of what? Padding horizontal of 2. So let's just style our side. So with class name hidden, that it should be hidden, and MD should be flex. It should show in medium sizes upward, and width 64, height screen, and let's give it a flex cool. and let's give the border to the right. Border emerald 900, and let's give it a fix. Left of 0, feeling like a top of 0, and the background should be 022. That's like when we use that time, the same one, and let's make it over 20, or let's make it over 95. Okay, so backdrop below, let's make it Excel padding of 6. Okay, now we can just say our H1, and our H1 should, let me just put social emerald, or let me just see how it goes. Social emerald, and let's just give it a class name, text to Excel, font of bold, background click, text transparent to right from, okay, background from emerald, let me say 500, and let's give it to emerald, let me say 200, and let me just make this 400. Okay, so now we're just going to take our nav, our, our nav tag. So we're going to take our nav tag, and we're going to say, let's import nav item you have created. Now, no, this nav item, we need to create it. Let me just copy this, the one we created. So for the nav item, you can just give it some little styling. Let me just see, you can just leave it as that first, and let's come back to sidebar. Okay, I said I'll copy it, so let's copy it from here. No, okay, so just copy this and paste this. Now we need to import link, so we'll just import link from next link, and let's now come back to our nav tag, and our nav item, we simply have an href of slash app and an icon. So our icon will be home, and we can just give it a label of explore. Now we're going to add this label. Okay, so we need to import the home from React, and let's copy this, and we're going to say app slash explore, and let's say app slash activity, and our icon, just give it as, let me say, search, and also bell. So I'm going to now call this activity, no, call this activity. This is our home, and it's okay. So that's that. Let me create another one. Just need this. So we just say profile, and user, import this. So let's just say profile. So now let's just come down to our nav item to add our label. So what we're going to do is icon, instead of this, let's just turn it to label. So I'm going to just say icon, okay, just say span, and our span will be taking our label. So let's just style them as span. So class name as font medium, and it's going to be test LG. Okay, so now let's just have to remove this active. Now before doing that, let me just style this. Let me even remove all this. So I'm going to just say flex. I'm going to just say flex item center and gap to be 4. Test emerald. Let's give the emerald to be like 100 over 60, and over when we over it, it should be test should be emerald of 400. Okay, and background should be emerald of 900 for 20, padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 3, and rounded XL. So let's just give it transition of all, and let's say group. Now this group will like enable us to create a class name that aligns with everything that is here. So let's just say class name. Class name that will be group over, and we're going to say drop shadow. Now this drop shadow, no, drop shadow. So this drop shadow will be okay. It will be 0_0_. So 5px underscore RGB. Now we're going to just say 16. You can then say 185 and 129 0.5. So let's just give it transition all. I think you can just do it as that, and just do it as that. Now we need to add, or before we continue, before we were done with this, let's just add the button for logout. So I want to say button, and usually take, let me just call it, you take this logout. No, take this. Let me just import the logout from this React, and let's say let's give it a size of 20, and let's just give our test should be logout. Let's now style it. Let's just style it, and our styling, I'm going to say flex. Now I'm going to say items center, and I'm going to say gap of 4, test emerald of 700. Okay, so over will be test red. Okay, so 400, px of 4, py of 3, and what else can we even add? Let's just say transition colors. Okay, so okay, now we need to just add our unclean handler for the logout. Now let's just say undo logout. Now we need to, let me see, undo logout. Now we need to create this function for that. So function undo logout. It will be an async function actually, because it's going to be taking the SUPABASE. So what we're going to say is const SUPABASE equals await create client. No. So it will come from client. So SUPABASE await. Let me just bring it here. Okay, SUPABASE await create client, and I'm going to say await SUPABASE dot out dot sign out. Okay, so now let me just say, let me get this use router because I want to refresh it. So use router, nope, why am I making this mistake? And let me just come down here and see router dot refresh. I think that's that. Okay, now let's come down to our app layout where our changes will be visible. Now let's just come down here. So in our app, we need to create a file called layout. That is a convention, NEXTJS convention layout.tsx. Now, okay, what we're going to now do is export default function app layout. So I'm just going to say this. I must always take the children. That children is very important. Okay, return the children prop is very important in viewing other pages. Okay, div. So I'm going to just give it a main tag, and our main tag we're going to take the children. Okay, and we can just even show our no, our sidebar. Okay, nice sidebar, and also give it a class name. Our class name should be like main ice cream, and background no, background. Let's just give it that 0 to C22. Okay, okay. So 0 to C22. I think you can just give it that simple styling. I need to just give this a style, like a type. I mean, children. Then we're going to see React. Now we're going to see React node. Okay. Okay. So we can just come down here. Let me just start with this our class name, our main. So our that will be taking MD LML64. That is margin left, and I'm going to take a minimum height of screen. A minimum height of screen, and at the bottom of 24. MD at the bottom of 0. I'm getting 0. This router. Let me see. Let me go back to sidebar.tsx. Where did where am I getting the 0? This. Okay. So I don't think the 0 is fine. Well, let's just come down here and let's take this div, and our div will be taking the mobile now. Okay. Now this mobile now, let's just hide it. So medium hidden. It's not showing the medium screen to the last screen and above. So let's just come down to toast. Let's just import our toast container so that our toastify can show theme dark. Let me just get it as that. You need to just give it a class name of maximum width 2xl and ms auto pt of it. And okay, so what else can we do? We actually can, let us enclose this h2. Let me just add, let me change this, let me add it here. And let me, the one for this, I'll just say flex justify between and item center. Okay, margin bottom of it and give it like, make it sticky top 0. And we can just say, let me say, so our initial prop will be, opacity of 0. Let's make it y minus 20. Okay, oh, so you can then say opacity, that is for animate, make the return the opacity to 1 and give it y of 0. Okay, and you just leave it as that. So if we reload this, okay, so this place I just give it div, and let me say, let me give it the class name of space y6, or we can just make it 4. Let's do it as that first and see. So let's just say, I'm just going to map through this. So I'm going to say dot map, then I, okay, now we're going to, let's see, okay, I'm going to just say div, and our div, let's just create another div under this, and let's just say paragraph, let's just say post components loading. Okay, post component loading, and I'm going to just say phase 2, getting this 1 2 3. So that's good. But let me just say phase tries, let me just say tries, let's make it 10 test case. Let me just style this, so this will be like text ss, that's the smallest text. Let's just give this some styling, and let us say glass rounded. Now this rounded will be like 3xl and padding of 6. Let's give it minimum height of 300 pixel. Good. Okay, so flex item center. Okay, now you can also justify center, and let's make this border, make the border emerald 900 over 50. Okay, now for this, you can just style this div too, and this the class name will be test center and test emerald. Okay, so let's just say 800 over 15. Let's see. Okay, what else can we do? I just add animation to this. So let's just come here, motion, sync, initial. So our initial will be opacity of 0, and let's make it y of 20. Okay, and animate. Let's make the animate opacity of 1, y of 0. No mistake. Okay, so we can just add transition here. So to make it smooth, transition, and let's give it a delay. Let's say for us to use this, I want to try some. I'll just have to add key, and our key will have I. So we're going to use this, and we're going to say I times 0.1. We can just say 0.3. Let me just make it 0.1. Now we're going to start our implementation. And just see, let me just test the pages. Let me see this on on okay on desktop. So we need to even okay. Let me just log out. What's going on? Looks like you log out. Let me see what's going on. So for the sidebar, I think we implemented it here, and it says supabase.auth.sign out. Now let's make this cursor pointer so that we know. So let's just come here. Good. So what I'll just do is simple since there's error somewhere. So what I'll just do is undo, let me say const error. So I'm trying to destructure the error. If there is no error, okay, router.refresh. Since it's not working. Okay, let's put it in try cache. So I'm just going to do this. So I'm going to say it's loading. I have to create. Let me say it's loading. Set is loading. And I'm going to say use state. And let's call it false. Let me import this. And let's come down. Okay. So set is loading to true. So finally, we're just going to set is loading to false. And here we're just going to toast dot error. Okay, let's just give it type of n, and seems it's message. Okay, so what I'll now do is if there's no error, toast dot success yours logged out. So let's see what's having here. If I'm logged out, supposed to refresh, but still okay. Then let's come down to our middleware then. So if there's no user, let's see how it goes. It seems this one is making us redirect many times. Okay, let's just do this. So what I'm going to do is come back here to my doing. Okay, so let's see. Let's reload again. Should error. Okay, so let's see what we can do. If I just say if we can get, let me just say SUPABASE equals our weight. I wanted to say your weight plate triangle. Let's use this effect. Okay, so I'll just say SUPABASE equals our weight create client const. So if there is await SUPABASE dot hot dot get session. So if there is error, then toast return and toast dot error need to import it. Error dot message, and if there's no error, then I want to say const router equals use router, and let's see router dot push, or can I just say replace. So I need to solve this. Instead of doing this, we can just let's make this serve this component the server component. So what we're going to do is just do this. So what I'm going to do is, so I'll just copy this. So I want to see, let's come down to our components. Now let me just see dashboard. Okay, dashboard components .css. So I'm going to say export default function dashboard comp. So here's this. Now I need to import all this from here. Let me just come down here and let me come down here and put this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need it. Just this. So we need to now see dashboard comp. So what we're now going to do is I'm going to say async no, as if the default function. Okay, so now I'm not going to say on SUPABASE. Now we're going to instantiate it from the server. So I'm going to say and wait. We're going to instantiate the create client from server. And we're going to say okay const. I'm going to say await SUPABASE dot auth dot get session. So let me just say data. Let me just leave that down. So if there's error, return, else I'm just going to redirect. I'm going to redirect to home route. Okay, so that's that. Now let's try logging in again. Okay, nope. Clicking this, what's going on? Okay, and then that means I need to, there's an error in my callback. Now let's come down to auth. Okay, there's no error. Okay, code. Okay, exchange now, exchange the code. If there's no error, let's say slash app. Let's continue again. Let's see what we got here. That's if there's no error. Okay. Let me reload again. This is empty. That means we need to come down to our login. This okay. If there's error, those that error, else those are success login. Okay. So later to replace slash app. Supposed to go to app. Supposed to be related to app. Why are we? Let's sign in. Now let's go back to our dashboard. Our app here. So what's the get session? Let's see get user. Reload. Continue again. Let's see. If there is error, let me see data. Else. This is still loading. Let's clear this. Let's see we're having issue with it's reloading so much. Let's close this. I made a mistake here. Let's clear this terminal and see also. You're redirecting too much. I think this should solve it. Hmm? Let's see what's going on. Okay, our session storage. There's no session here. Okay, so let's sign in again. Let me try this. What is this? Email. Copy. So I want to sign in again. Getting the same problem. Hmm? Okay, let me console unlock data. Let me close this. Go back, go back, go back. Oh yeah. Okay. So this error, I'm trying to find where it's coming from. Let's sign in. Logged in successfully. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we're having. Let's log out. This where the error is. So router.replace. Let me just come down to our sidebar. So in our let me see if there's no error. You are logged out. Replace. I think if we try it again, it should work. Good. So let's try signing in again. So let's try signing in. We come back, close. If we log out now, nice. So let's try it with GitHub. Let's see what we're getting our. Seems we need to fix this. Okay. So I feel like the error should be the reason why. Let's go back to our do GitHub login. That will be our login. So let's see. I'll do GitHub login this. Okay, so possibly let me say next equals slash app. No. Okay, so I think that this should be the error. Let me reload. Login. I'm not expecting to redirect back to exactly. So that is the error. So let's log out. What we're going to do now is simply going to this. Let me just before we do that, I think for our GitHub, this showing. Let me see. Oh, this okay. So for our GitHub, like before we continue, let's just see what we got here. Okay, so I think okay. In our GitHub, we have this, we have that. Let me see what we get in our raw JSON. We have username. I want to even use this username, so but we don't have it in email provider, okay, that we use for sign up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just you can just come to this. Let's just go down to sign up. So basically, let me see this is it. You can just come here, sign in with password, and we can add something like I think options. I'm not sure. Options. I can see data. Okay. Let me confirm this. Adding metadata. SUPABASE sign up. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Okay. No. I think the options data and so let's just come here and see options data. If I was even getting it. First name. So let me just say user name. So we're just going to create. You know why we're getting error. Okay. Options data. So let's just come down here and think no. You're only signing in. No. It's not in signing. Forgotten. Mm, let me do this. Okay, so it's in sign up actually. So okay, let me see. We got this data. Okay, I think there is so username. Now we need to simply create and let me just say come here and I need to create another input. So I'm going to just say this. Let's just copy this. Okay. Let's just say username. Let's call this username. And let's just put something like okay. Let me just say okay. So let's we have that and let's just come here to get our form data. So I'm just going to say const I'm going to say user okay equals password form data. So I'm going to get our name attribute. So used user name. Let me say a string. Let me confirm if I truly use username. So let me scroll up. So I use username. Okay. So that should be done. Now that's okay like that. I think if you come down here you see the change. Okay. I'm getting this. So let's just come and see what we got here in our sign. And let me see. Okay. The problem is I think that should solve it. And I can actually reduce this by saying, so I can just say P4, just because I want to remove the scroll bar. So I think that's that. So new planting seed, it should show the same thing. No problem about that. Now let's just come down here to create our table. So you can just use SQL editor. Let me even use SQL editor. So I'm going to create the follow table. I'm going to create the notification table. So what I'm going to do is create table. I'm going to say follows. Now we're going to add our constraints. So first I'm going to create add follower ID, then give it a UUID. Okay, and let us reference. I'm going to be referencing our profiles. Now these profiles, we need to create the profiles also. But let me see. Let's first create the profiles. To create the profiles table, I'll just simply name yours to this. I'll say profiles. So name it profiles, and you can even say create table. Let's also say if not exists. That means if it does not exist, create profiles. So you might not even need to put it, but let's just put it public dot, or can just say ordinary profiles. Or it's better to just put it to be on the safer side. Okay, and let's just say ID and give our ID of UUID and let it. I'm going to be referencing our out dot users. Okay, so our out dot users on delete. So once we delete it, it should delete from the out users, not null. Okay, and let's just give it primary key. Because this is our primary key. So what we're now going to do is add another um, characteristic of variable. Let's say username, and this username will be, let me see, so it will be test, that is string test, and no, unique, it must be unique. Let's give it a full name, and the full name will be, let me say test, of course. Okay, we don't need full name, but let's just put it avatar URL in case the user put it, and let's just put test. Let's see if our GitHub even have avatar URL. No, I have to check it again. Check it later on. Let me even check it. Yeah. Come down, open new, just close this, close this. And let me, no. So let me just see our GitHub. I want to just see the JSON if it has avatar URL. Okay, it has avatar URL. So what I'm going to do is bio. I'm just going to say bio. Then no, no test. Okay, and for websites, no test. You need to post website. Let me just remove this full name and let me replace this with updated at updated at. Okay, this updated at that. I was thinking it would automatically post timestamp with time. So I was going to say timestamp with time, and let me just say I'll just say timestamp with time zone. Okay. So I'm going to say constraints to ensure that, okay, let me just put constraint to ensure that our username format, you know, is greater than 3. Or might not put it, just do it. So let's just do that. Well, I didn't put comma here. That is very important. Very important. And also, okay, I might not really over it. So now let's just, I can just create this table. I remove this if not exist. Okay, so let's just run this. Let's see what we got. Okay, so we have success, no rows returned. Now, if we come down to our table here, our table editor, you see public profiles. So I think if come down here, you'll see public, that is, you see the profile table. So I don't know why it's still loading. Profile is unrestricted. It's publicly accessible over LS is disabled. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is we can add our RLS. So I'm just going to say outer table. I'm going to say public dot profiles, and I'm going to say enable. I'm going to enable RLS, that is row level, no, row level security. And what we can also do is we now need to create the policies after we've done this. So what I'm going to say create policy. So the policy we're going to create is policy. Let me see. Let me see. Let me give it a name of public profiles are viewable by everyone. That should be like the name. Okay. And let's say create policy, and we need to see on public profiles for for select. Okay. So this rule is required. And we can also create another. Let's just copy this another policy apart from reading it, because this select is for reading the table. That is the profile table. So what we're going to do is let me just say users can insert their own profile. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for insert, and I'm going to actually check if it is authenticated. So I'm going to say with check, and let's say alt.uid. Let's see. Okay. Alt.uid, if it is equals to the ID. Okay. So, and you can also create a policy for updating. So I don't want to say update. I just say users can update their own profile. Okay. So what we're going to do here is also, I think that's all for that. And you can just create a trigger function. Let's create this trigger function. Now this trigger function, all this thing can be done without you time creating this manually. You can actually do this with you can actually create trigger function, I think somewhere around the button. Okay, somewhere around here, sure. And so let's create our trigger. But let's say create or replace. This trigger is like a function. So it's a function actually. Create or replace function public dot. So I'm going to say undo new user. Now, so what we want to do is that once a user has been added to our authentication table, that's auth table, they want to automatically add it to our profile table. So what I'm going to do is returns trigger. Now let's continue returns trigger as dollar. Okay, see dollar. That's the sign. That's the symbol that we need to use, and we're going to declare. We might actually declare a default default username. So let's just say default username. We created a username here. So default username. Let me see how I did this. What I added here. I think I said data username. Profiles. Okay. So default username. So I'm going to say you can actually use. So I'm going to use a method like saying. So I'm going to split the part of the email. So I'm going to split the part of the email. I'm going to say new. Okay. Dot email. Okay. And let's say one. So I'm going to take that index, the one index, and let's say if it exists. So I'm going to select one from public dot profiles where username equals default. Okay, default dot, okay, dot underscore username. Okay, so I'm going to just say default underscore username. That's default. So I'm going to say underscore username and okay, okay, floor of random. Just give asterisk. Actually, we might not need all this. The thing is, we might not need all this if we have our username. So, was for sure, I'm going to have the username. But let me just, I don't want to, let me just do this. Or we can say something like, because I will always have it. So let me just, no, if I do those. Okay, so I'm going to just say begin, and we're going to insert it into public dot profiles. Okay, so we're going to add the ID, username, and full name. We don't need full name. Let's write avatar URL. Okay, so that's done. Let's now add the values. Our value will be like our new dot id, and we can just say qualis. Now this one, what I want to do here is to check if it is user underscore name. In our code here we put it as user underscore name. We want to save it as this. Okay, just want to save it as this. So in case maybe in the future Supabase decide to save the username as username without underscore, so let's just do this. Okay, seems something is wrong somewhere. Fail to fish. What's going on? Let's reload and see what I'll be doing since gone. Okay, let's come down to SQL editor. What I'll be doing since I've gone. I don't think it's replaying back. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. So let's just remove this. So I'm going to say begin, and I'm going to insert. We're going to insert into our public as our profiles table, and I'm going to add the ID. We're going to add the user name. Okay, because we use it as username, not user underscore name. So ID username. We have avatar URL, and that's all. Okay, so what I'm going to now do is I'm going to values, and our values are going to say new.id, and for the username I'm going to simply say new dot raw user metadata, and we're going to say no user metadata is going to, since it's going to username. Okay, and for our avatar URL I want to also say new. Let me bring this down. New dot raw user metadata. So for this we're going to come here. I think it's just avatar URL. Avatar URL. Okay. So we're going to return new. We have to add semicolon here, and then you have to add end. So end the process. So we have to put this sign language. By using PHP as Postgres, because Supabase uses Postgres. So security and diviner. Okay. Now we need to attach the trigger. For us to attach the trigger, we need to now say, create. I've just created the function like trigger we use. I need to attach the trigger by saying create trigger on auth. So on auth user created. Okay. After I've inserted on auth.users. So I'm creating this, that is the name of the trigger. After it insert on auth.user for, so it's going to be for each row. So execute procedure public dot let me see handle new user. Okay. Now I think with this we're done. Let me see how we go here. Let's run this. I'm trying running everything. Okay. Alter that is 19. What I'm going to do is okay. Let me run selected. Let me reload this and see what's going on. Because it's not supposed to take time like this. Success no road return. I think later run. So let me run again. I think let's just reload this. Just I think it was run initially. Let me just do this. Run selected. Okay. And let's run this. So I'm going to run this. It shouldn't take time. Okay. So after that. Okay. So now we have to run this. So on auth.users. Okay. After I start on auth.users, create trigger. What I'm going to do is simple. Just run this. Okay. Then we'll attach it to the function. Okay, I'm getting an error somewhere. For each row execute procedure. Okay. Public dot handle new user. No, not supposed to put column. And selected. I think that should be done. So while we do that, I'm just going to come down to authentication here. I want to delete the one we created with let me see the one with no, not this. I want to delete this. So because I want to add the backfill. This backfill will automatically insert this. Automatically insert the user that has the avatar URL and metadata. So I want the metadata, the username and the metadata and the avatar URL to be in the metadata of the profiles block public. So now let me create the backfill. So what I'll just it has run successfully. And what I'll just do is create this. I'll just insert into public to the profile table, and of course we're going to add our ID as a metadata username, not this username, and we're going to say avatar URL. And once we've done that, we're just going to select ID, and I'm going to say raw dot user metadata dot no it's going to we're going to use user dot name and underscore name. Okay, so I'm now going to say we need our avatar URL. So what we're going to do is raw. Okay, this one will be raw dot user metadata. Okay, that is leading to avatar URL. Okay, then I'm going to say from users dot dot users. Now where id not so we select id from, so we're going to say I select id from public dot profiles. Okay, where id is not in id that is in public dot profiles. Okay, so and we're going to just simply say let me say raw user metadata username. Okay, so raw user metadata is not null. Okay, or you don't need or just use as that. So let's run this. Okay, 93. Let me see what we got here. Avatar URL. Okay, trying to figure out the error from outlet users, not from there. Perhaps you meant profiles or username. I think the error is not adding this. Okay, it's starting to copy the profile. Yes. I think that's the error. So I'm going to just run selected. It's getting another error. Perhaps you meant profiles dot username. Yeah. Name of our table is profiles. Yes. Oh, I didn't add this. My bad. Okay, so let's see what we have here. We should see a new profile here. So let's just come down to our profiles. Let me reload this. Okay, so we have this. Our avatar URL. So I'm going to actually delete this. Oh, can actually leave it. You can actually leave it. And let me delete it. It's not needed. It's not needed for now. Drop column. Delete the column and independent object. It's not dependent on anything. Updated at. Okay. This updated at supposed to like have come automatically. Don't know why it's not doing that. Okay, so that's that. Now we have to create the follows table. So I'm going to say create table follows, or you can just let me just create it manually. Let me not stress myself. So create table. I'm just going to say follows, and let's come down here. Let's just add column. I'm going to say follow ID. Let's say follower ID, and I'm going to yes, let me choose follower ID. It's going to be referencing profiles. Public yes, profiles. So our profile ID. So it's going to be taking public. So this. So I think that's that. Let's just save this. Or let me see. Let me add cascade here. So actually reference is remove cascade. Save. Okay. So we have that. And let's create another column. I'm going to name this column following ID. And now we also need to reference it to our profile ID. Our follow profiles ID of this and this. Okay, this let me just put it as a save, and let's add column. I'm going to say primary. I think automatically save. We have this. Okay, We don't need this, we don't need this. We have the ID. This is the primary key. See? Okay. Okay, this is the primary key. So let's just save this. So let's just create another table. I'm going to say notifications, and let's just come down here. Just give it an ID which has it already has, and let's see recipient ID, and we're going to simply reference our profiles ID. Okay, let me just save this without masking. And actor ID, the actor ID is like the person who triggered the connection and the notification. So the actor ID maybe profiles ID still, and so I'm going to add column. Let's give it a type. The type of the let's give it a test of the notification. So okay, let's see if we can. Let me just put it as no. Oh, I deleted it. Oh, okay. So let's don't come here and say post our post ID. Now this post ID should be coming from post. I've not created it yet. Maybe we'll come back to it. So let's just say add column. I'm going to say read, and let's give it a boolean type. Okay, and let's say false, because none of them this should be the default, because it has not been read until we ascertain that it has been read. Okay, created that, and let's just give it a timestamp when the time is on. Okay, and I don't need to put, just leave it as this. And we need to come back to this post ID, because I need to, let's just create our post ID, our post table, and show that how times. Okay, you can't do this without. No, I'll just this. I'll delete this for the meantime. Save this. Created that of relation notification already exists. Okay, let me cancel this. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so they already created this for us, so that's that. Okay, so we need to create another table, which is the post table. Let me just come now. We need our ID and created that. Okay, and now we also need content. So this will be test. Okay, and we're also going to need our image URL. This will be also a test. So we're going to need what else? User ID. We need the user ID. So this is the ID of us. We're going to have to reference the profiles, and let's take the ID of the profiles and think, just save it. Don't need to add any cascade. Save this. Now let's come down to this follows. So we're going to simply let me just re-edit it. Let me see. I want to just edit this. Edit table, because we're going to be needing our following and followers ID. Our follower ID. Let me just add this and this. So this will be like, so that to prevent duplicates. Let me just save this. So we now need to add the likes table. The likes table, let me create table, let me call it likes. So our likes table will be taking user ID, and the user ID is going to be referencing, of course, the profile's ID. So let's just save this, and let's add another column. Let's call it the post ID. The post ID, we are going to be connecting the post and the ID of the post. Let's save that. Let's add another column, and let's give it user ID. What else can we need? Okay, we need to actually make this. Let me just move this. We need to make this a composite key so that to avoid duplicates. Okay, user ID and post ID, and you can actually just click save. We're done with that. And now we need to make a change to this post ID. I think notification ID. We wanted to add them. Let's see, image URL user ID. So in our notification, we need to add post ID. Post ID. Okay. So we need to actually add a foreign, because this is a foreign key. So come down to post, give it an ID, and let's save this. So now we need to just come down to our RLS. I think the only RLS we've written is for profiles. We only add RLS for profiles, and we need to add RLS for posts. Let me just add RLS. And what I'll just do is create RLS, and creating RLS, I'll just say do all. I'll just come here. That's why creating it manually is faster. So I'll just put through here, and also I'll put through here. Okay, so I'll just save expression, and that's done for post. And let's come down to table editor. Do let's do the notification, add RLS, create policy, do all. Oh, I made a mistake. I'm also add authenticated. So what I'll just do is I have to change the other one. True, no, true. So I'll just save this. So I want to only allow authenticated users. So what I'll just do is, let me see, post. We have follows. Okay, do all for posts. So I have to edit this. So let's change this to authenticated. Okay. So let's just say it. So we have this. Now for likes, let's just create. Let's just, as usual, authenticated all, do all, and save policy. You know our expression, that's true. Now I need to just save policy. You also need to do for follows. Create policy, do all. You need to click on true, and authenticated. Think that's all. Then save policy. So let's come down to our table editor. So presently we have already enabled RLS policy for all our tables. So we can now proceed to our project now. So let me just do this. Okay. So what I'll just do is continue with okay. Now we need to, for our create post, when you click on this add icon, we need to basically, let me see, maybe bring up a modal. This is what I'll just do. Let me see first. Let me see if I got this here. profile explore, and I'm getting this. Okay, so let's just come down here. So let's create our server action. So let's come down to this and create an action, our server action. What I'll just do is, let me say actions slash index.js. So we're going to use it for sure. We need to add use server, and we're going to start with creating export as link function for create post. This. So now, of course, we're going to take in the form data. This form data of type form data, and we're going to say const. The superbase will be coming from the create client. Will be coming from server. No, not this server. Okay, and now we just need to just save contents, get the contents. Sorry, so I'm going to get the contents from our form data. So possibly the name or the name attribute will be content. So I'm going to just say a string because it's going to be a type of string, and you can say const image file, that is area of the file, and form data. The form data we're going to just get, possibly it will be a type of image, and I'm going to say as file. Okay, and now I'm going to just come now and say data with. Now we need to say get user. So we need to get our user, just get user. So instruction of data, and since in our data we're going to be getting user. Okay, so that's that, and you can just say if there is no user, that means of course there's an error. So you can just return, let me see, error. I'm going to just say unauthorized. So basically I'm not authorized to use this. Okay, and then let's put image URL, and this image URL literally is null. Okay, so we can just leave it as image URL without declaring any value. Okay, so we can just say image file. No, if image file and image file dot size is greater than, this is greater than 0, of course, then there is a file. So I'm going to say const file name. So this file name, I'm just going to give it, let's give it a file name of user. Let's say user.id, and let's say just a random name, date.now, and so I'm going to say image file dot name. Okay, so let's just come down here, say const await SUPABASE. So I'm going to say storage. Now we need to create our bucket. So from post dot upload. So I'm going to be uploading the file. In the file name, you're going to need the file name and the image file. Okay, so basically we need to create the bucket. We're going to come down to storage. We need to create this vector. We don't need. So new bucket. Now, so I'm going to say, well, it's going to be public after all. Restrict file prevents. So let me just give it, because I've already said it's the type of, the name is post. So let me see. Great. I think it has created. It's nice, nice. So let's just come here. So I'm going to do the structure data and error. So if If there is an error, then return error to error dot message. Okay, if there is no error, let us just simply get the URL, the public URL. So what we're going to do is await SUPABASE again. No, dot. So we're going to be using storage dot from our post, like our post bucket, get public URL and the file name. The file name. So once we do that, come down here and the structure data, and from there we're going to get our public URL. So we're just going to say our image URL is simply equals to public URL. So now we can now go ahead and do it and insert our post. So what we're going to do is const await SUPABASE. So we're going to be taking it from the table of the table posts. So from post we're going to insert. So we're going to be inserting the user ID. So our user ID will be user dot ID and our content, okay, and our image URL. That is if we have. Okay, let's just see image URL. Okay, let's just get our. You don't need to get our data here, just error. So we can just name this like insert error because we already have one error here. So just rename it insert error, and I'm going to see if there is insert error. Let me just read the message. So I'm going to just say return error. I'm getting this. Okay. Return error dot message. Notice something. Not this. Supposed to be insert error. Sorry. Okay. So what else can we do? We can just revalidate part so that we can just get the latest data. So we're going to be revalidating app app route. So we're going to just return success true. Think that's that. Now let's come down to know our modal because we're going to be needing the modal here. Or we can just do something. Let me say let's first create the modal because our mobile we need this. So let's just create the modal. Let's just say create post. You are going to have to go to components folder. So in our component folder, we're going to say let's just say new file UI create modal post dot css. So export default function create modal post. So basically we're just going to return. We want to run and allow add animation. So what let us do animate presence. Of course this will be a use client. So I'm just going to let's just create the state we need. Const is loading, set is loading, use state false. Import this and we're going to say okay we also need to create is open, because we need this is open. You can actually get it from the parent that will be using this parent component that will be using. So let's just say it's open, and you are going to also need your close handler. Okay, so this is open is, let's give it a type, is open is a boolean type, and on close is kind of function. Okay, that's that. So let's just start our designing, and I'm going to see, note this. Okay, so let us give it a div. Our div, you can just, this div, let's just start with this, because you're going to make it fixed, and give it an inset of 0, z of 100, flex item center. Okay, and let's just give it justify center, and padding of 4. Are we getting this? Z100 can be written as Z100. It's not as if they're changing some things. I think that's how it is. That's how it is. Okay. So div. Okay. So let's just add another div. Let's start this div. Let's give it an absolute inset of 0. Background black. Okay. The black, let's make it 80. Backdrop blur. So this backdrop blur of SM. Okay. So let's then come down here. This is the real model, and we're going to say button. Let's give it an icon from layout. So let's just say size. Let's give it a size of 24. So let's try the button. So the button, I'm going to give it a class name of you can say absolute top 4, and give it a right of 4, and give it like a test emerald of 500 over 50. So when we over it, we get test emerald of 400. Okay, so let's start this. Okay, so the real model, the div of the model will be width full, and it will be rounded. We can make it rounded and 3xl. So let's give it a maximum width of 3xl, and let's say this one will be too much. Glass. Okay, so let's give it a padding of 6. Relative, and of course our background, let's just say, so 022 say 22. Okay, so let's give it a border. So oh yeah, border should be, of course, emerald, and let me just say 0 over, let's say 13. Okay, let's give it a shadow of a custom shadow. So 0 underscore 0 underscore 50 pixel underscore RGB, and we have 16 185 129 0.1. Now we need to add our heading. Our heading, we're going to simply have, our heading will be new, let me just give it new transformation. Okay, and let's give it a class name of text LG, and Font should be bold. Text emerald of 50 and margin bottom of 6. Yeah. Okay. So let's say form. Our form, we need to add our form. So we need to take a test area. We need a test area. And how many rows? You can actually add that in use class name for that. So let's just say class name. First of all, we don't want to resize now, and width should be full, background black 20, and let's make it give the border of one border emerald of 900. Okay, let's make it over 50. 100 here, and padding should be 4. So test emerald 50, and let's make the placeholder. Let's start the placeholder and say test emerald of 800. So focus its outline should be none, and the focus upon focus we should get a border emerald of 500. Okay, 500 over 50, and mean height of 150 pixel. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so our name attribute will have to be content from our server option. So let's just do it. So I'm going to just say, let me use this a placeholder and say what is going. Okay, so let me see. We actually need to we might need to let's just style this. Let's give it a class name of space y of let me say 4 instead of 6. 4. Okay, so now let's add our div. Now this div is going to contain the file and the button. The button we're going to use to submit, and our file input. So I'm going to use to attach our image. So what we're going to do is add our label. So in our label we're going to input. Our text type will be type of input will be file, and the name will be image according to how you add it in our attributes for form that are accept only accepting image. So let's just say any image. Class name should be hidden. Okay, so now the class name of this, let's say class name, let's just give it a cursor pointer, and I'm going to say padding of 2, and then we go over it, you get background emerald of 900 over 30, then rounded full. Okay, our test emerald of 600. Let's transition colors. Okay, so now let's just add our button. So our button will be you can just say send. Let's just give it like the class name. So the class name will be background emerald, and let's just say 600, and over it to get background emerald 500, and test of white, padding horizontal of 6, padding vertical of 2, and rounded, let's make it full. So next item center, gap of 2, and the transition should be all. Okay, so let's just leave that, and let's see what I've got here. we should not put space here. So okay, we can even put RDM condition as if it's loading. If it's loading, then this should be loader 2. Okay, so I'm going to just give it like a class name of animate spin. Okay, as simple as that. And else we just give it like, we will give it an icon, put an icon, send, and give a size of 20 of 18. Let's put 18 and okay, x, let's just put post. Okay, so we're done with that. Now we're going to need to come down to our profile, that is our home page, that is this. Okay, we might need to add it here, but I'm coming, I want to see, not this, not this. So let's see, I want to see what we got here for our sign mobile now. So let us come down to components, mobile now. Okay, I want to try something. I want to add animate pulse. I should not have any effect actually, but okay, because we don't have any transition. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is coming down here to our page here. Okay, let's go to our source definition, and in our source definition here we're going to, let's see, let me close all what is not needed. Oh, our index.js is needed. Okay, so create post modal. Let me see. Let's add it here. So I need to oh, making a mistake. When we click on this mobile name, okay, for clicking on this you should open our modal. So to make this our create post modal post show, what we're going to do, let me just use this stand. Let me see, let me open a new terminal, let me use command prompt, and I will just say install stand because we don't have stand. So we're going to come down to our library. I'm going to create, let's create store as the folder. So I'm going to say store, and under our folder I'm going to create a file. I'm going to say UI stuff.ts. I think it has installed it, so let's just come down here, export const, and I'm going to say use, because it's a React hook. So use UI store, and let's just say create. Now this create will be coming from stand. Okay, so create, let us give, I'm going to actually have to add the type of UI state. So let's just say this, and we're going to say is create modal open, and let's just give it a type of boolean, not this, and we're going to have to say open create modal, and give it, we don't need open create modal, we need close create modal. So I'm going to say void. So now let's come down here and set reset, and now I'm going to say this. Okay, I'm getting an error somewhere. So what I'm going to say is create modal open. Okay, we're going to make it false, and we're going to close create modal. I'm going to say, yeah, this one will be a function set. So I'm going to say, is create modal open to false. So now let's just come down, let's just inject our modal into our layout. So let's just come down to our app layout, that is in our component. No, our app layout is here. So in our app layout, so I'm going to simply just add the global model. So what we're going to do is say create, no, create model post. Now we need to actually add is open. So is open will be, let me say is create model open, and on close will be close create model. So let's just come down here and bring them from, we're going to bring those states from our zoo stand, that's our store. Use UI store. Okay, now we're going to have to bring them, and we're going to say is create modal open and close. Those are the things we need. I think that's that. I'm getting this error because it should be in client components. So let's see. No, it won't work yet. We have to come down to our mobile nav. Okay, in our mobile nav, we're going to actually come down to our plus, as our button here, and we're going to click open create modal. Now we're going to need open create modal, so, and we don't have it in our store. So let me just come here, say use UI store, open create modal. So I'll just come here and back to our store and do this. So I want to set this to true. So is create modal open to true. Okay, so now we need to put it here in our, let me see, in our mobile nav. So we need to put it in our mobile nav. There is mobile nav. Okay, so open, what do we have? Open create modal. Let me close this. So I have to put the type here. Okay, I think that should solve the error. I'm getting this. So what I will do is I have to bring this to the center. Let's just come down to create modal post, and what I will do is, okay, let me just reduce it to 3/4 or 5/6 ms auto. So I will give this a nice screen. seems okay. So I will just make this top 1/2. If I close this, let me come down to this. So upon clicking this, you should have like close. Let me come down here. UI store. So I'm going to be like having close create model. So let's just close create model. So this should be like cursor pointer. Okay. 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 So let's just put cursor pointer for this also. So now I want to bring this down. Let me just do this. Okay. Done. Okay. So getting this reload, possibly because of internet or whatever I'm getting that. So let me reload. So we're getting this. Now if we close, we can do this new transmission, and anytime we post, we should automatically close this. So let's come down to our, let me see what we got here. We haven't had any logic here yet. We need to add a logic. Okay, so we need to add our server action. I'm getting something now. I'm not seeing my file stuff here. Let me bring it out. Let me see this. Why am I not seeing this? Okay, I need to style this. So let me just give it a style of flex item center and justify between. So we need to give it a border of t. Okay, that is top of one. Okay, and border emerald 300. Let's make it 900. Okay, just into 300. I think 300 makes sense, making more sense than that. So what I will do is for our label, let me see what we get. Also pointer. Let me close this to choose file. Okay, now having this. Let me just use an icon. Let me say upload. Okay, so let me just put this as video. Okay, so let me say it2. Okay, that's it. So upload, and let me see if making it now will make it better. Okay, so make sense like that. Okay, now we need to add our handle submit. Now let's come down here, replace our action with on submit. Let's just call it handle submit. Now we need to create our function of handle submit. So it will be an async function of handle submit. So now our handle submit will be no, let's just we need to give it, but we're going to take our event. We're going to say react dot so form event and HTML form elements. Okay, so we're going to have to prevent unnecessary loading and set is loading to true. Now we need to put this in the try catch. Okay, but let's just do it as this first. Form data, new form data, not this, not this. Okay, and this will take like the events, the current target. Okay, so post dot success broad. So let's just say broadcasted to the ecosystem. On close. Okay, so got that, and like once it's done, you just close it. Try. No, you know what? Let me just create this try patch and add all this. What I'll just do is let me call this. So I will just say tools dot error dot message. Give this a type of any, and before we can say broadcasted to the ecosystem, we need to say and wait create post. So we're going to simply say form data. Now we need to get all the information from the form data. Or since we don't need to get all the information, let's just say const. Let's just instruction and message. Let's say error success. So if success, then this. No, let me put this. If there is success, this, and else. As if there is no success, then toast dot error and error. So to display the error message. Okay, so let's just add finally and set is loading to false. Okay, we might even need to add some animation. So we need to add, let me see, where can we even add animation? Let's see if we can add um, let's add animation here. So let me just say this. Okay, so I have to import it. Okay, so motion.div, and we need to just put the attributes. So I'm going to say opacity initially will be 0, and when we animate it, and opacity should be 1. And when we exit, opacity should be 0 again. So we can also go ahead and add animation to this. Motion and also motion. So let's just give the initial, let's say scale. The scale will be 0.9 initially, and the opacity will be 0 initially, and y should be 20 initially. So when we now animate, so we should get a scale of 1 and opacity should be 1 and y should be 0. Okay, so when we exit, you would have a scale of 0.9 back and an opacity of 0 and a y of 20. Okay, so let's see that is okay. Now let's see how it will look like on desktop. Let me see. We haven't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add new post here. So what I'm going to do is let me just come down to sidebar. So our sidebar, yeah, our sidebar should, let me see. Where can we add the button? Add it here. Okay, so let's just say button. So if you say button, just close circle and I just give a span new post. So let's just give this plus circle. So the size of, let's say the size should be 20. So it's going to take a class name of which phone, and margin top of 6, and background emerald. The emerald should be like 600, and when we go over it to get the background emerald of 500 and text of white. Okay, font should be bold. Okay, and let's see, font should be bold. The padding of 3, let's make it rounded. Excel flex item center and justify center, give it a gap of 2, and we can also see transition wall, transform, give it a scale of 1.02. Here we have this. Okay, let's just say on click. So when we click on this also, it should bring out open, let me say open create model. And we need to have to come down here, open zoo stand, const use UI store, open create model. Now we need to come down here and write open create model. Think that is that. Now this one we need to bring it down. We need to bring our logout. Then no, we need to bring it down. So let me see how we go here. What we're going to do is okay. So I'll just save empty thing. I can just okay. So let me put this as cursor pointer. Just put it as empty thing. Okay, that's that. So when I click on create new post, let's now test how our posts will look like. So let's just say we post something like okay, let me see. Yeah, welcome. So it's loading. We broadcasted the ecosystem. So let's just come here and confirm that. So if you come down to table editor and you see it, let me close this. You see it in our post. Yeah. So we don't have our image URL, but we have this. Okay. So now the thing we need to do is to get post immediately so that we can view it here just in this place instead of displaying this. Okay. So the thing we need to do now is create the components for this home page, the component that we're going to use to get the data. What we need to do for this page is to create the server action and also the component that we're going to use in the home page, that is in this dashboard page. So what we're going to do now is come back here. We're going to come down. Let me close the one that I don't need. I don't need sidebar. Okay, I don't need this. I don't need UI store. I don't need this. I don't need dashboard comp. We are going to need this because this is coming from here. Okay, so dashboard comp, and our dashboard comp we have, let me see, we have our stream. You can just come here and give a description and say like, you can just say live from ecosystem. Then let me say live from the ecosystem, and you can just give it some styling, and let's just give it like class name. Give it class name of test emerald of 500, okay, over 60, and proceed to say test sn. Okay, so just get this now. Okay, you can, now we need to add the postcard. These ones are like the card. We need to add the postcard. These are like the cards, and for us to do that, I'm going to replace this with postcard components. Now this postcard component, we need to be creating them. But let me see if I can. Okay, now let's proceed to creating our postcard components. We can even, so what I'm trying to see what I can do here. You can just replace this place with, let me see, main feed. Okay, let me just say Ctrl X and put main feed. So I'll just make it another component. So what I'll just do is come down here. So our components will stay there, and I'll just say new file main feed.tsx export default function main feed. Okay, and we're just going to return all of those. So we're not going to import motion. We don't need this. Okay, so since we're going to use motion, we have to paste this here. Sorry. Okay, getting this error simply because it has not CSC motion. Okay, so what I will now do is we need to import main feed. Okay, I think motion still needs to be here because of the animation attribute I added to our H2 and P tag. So what I'm going to do is bring it back. Okay, so let's just bring it back. So you see it's back. Okay, now come back to our main feed, and in our main feed we're going to be needing React query, and also we're going to be needing the React intersection observer, that is for infinite loading. Okay, so I can view the posts that are just coming up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just come down here and install task stack. query. So I'm going to say return stack slash react query, and we're also going to install the react intersection observer. Okay, so while it's installing, you can then proceed. Let me just go here. Okay, you can proceed with our styling. So let's just say okay, we have this. I have to replace all this. So what I'll just simply do is close this. Now I'll say, let me give this a styling. No, we're going to make it max width of Excel and MX auto to make it center, and padding bottom of 32. So now let me just say, let me just put the div. Now this div will be containing our postcard. Okay, so we're going to do that later, and let me just give this styling last name. Okay, we don't need to put last name here. Okay, so what I'll do is this postcard is actually important. That's why I'm going to be showing all the details. So basically what I'll do is come down here and create our postcard.txs. Okay, so name is use, of course, name export default function postcard. So return this. Now let me just say div hello. Okay, so come back to our main feed, and I'm going to just install this. So we're just going to make this, let me see, instead of putting class name, let us put it as key. So our key, we have an I. So before doing that, let me just, now we need to get our data. Let me say data. Now this data will be coming from our use query. Okay, so first we need to even instantiate our React query. Binance should have been installed our React query. So what I will do is I'm going to come down to provider. So I'll say providers, that is in our lib, providers slash query. Okay, provider .txs. So this will be a use client, because React query works on the client side. Okay, so what I'm going to say is export default function query, okay, provider, and this will be taking the children prop, and let us give this a type. Our children is react node. Okay, so to instantiate it, we're going to take query client from, let me just say, use state, and in our use state we're going to say yes, there is query client, and our query client will give default options. Let me see, I think 0. Okay, so what's the menu? Default options, and we're going to say queries still time. Our still time should be 0. Okay. Okay. So now we need to return this. I'm going to say query client provider. Okay. So I'm going to take in the children, and we have to put the value in. So client, query client. So let's just come down to our layout. Our app layout, that's the root layout. So I'm going to say this. And our app layout, we're just going to simply put query provider. Nope, not this. The one we created. Okay. So I'm going to those are the children. And I think that is that for that. It should be that. Now we need to come down to our main field. Now in our main field, I'm going to start by getting the data. So what was going to be is const. This was the instruction. I'm going to leave the instruction in for that. I'm not say using infinite query, and I'm going to those query key. Now this query key, we need to put the key. Okay. Let us put the name of the gas post and our query function. Now that's when we need to create our server action. You can just give it something like get infinite post. Okay, I'm going to come back to that. An initial page param of 0. Get next page param. So it will be last page. Last page, all pages. So I'm going to say last page dot length equals 5. Let's see if it's not, if it is equals 5, then I'm going to say all pages dot length else undefined. Okay, name does not exist on type last page. I'll just put n here. I thought that will resolve it. I'm going to come down to this get infinite post. I need to just structure the data, fetch next page, and as next page. Okay, and I'm going to add is fetching next page, and I'm going to put the status. So let's just quickly create our server action. So let's come down here. So actions, let me see, actions created somewhere. Okay, this is it. So we are going to simply create get infinite post. So export async function get infinite post. Now this get infinite post will be taking a page params. And I'm just give it a default of 0. So you can just say page params, give it a type and say page params of number. So just say const SUPABASE equals await create client. So this create client thing, okay, just want to confirm if we're using not page param. Nope. Okay, made a mistake there. So const, let's give it a page size, and this page size should be 5. Okay, and now we need to go to our SUPABASE, and in our SUPABASE we are going to simply get the post, get the columns of the post, so of the post table. I think this post, we use post as the name and expand it posts. Okay, so I'm going to then select And what I'm going to do now is select everything, and also we're going to select some details from the profiles table. So I'm going to be taking the username, avatar URL. Now I think that should be that. And also you can also take from the likes table, you can take user ID, and also you can just create a likes count. This likes count will be counting the likes. Okay, so let me see what got. Then now we can then order it. Now we want to order it. We're going to use created at. Okay, and we're going to see as we're going to use the sending, so ascending will be false. Okay, and then we can give a range. We need to give this range page param. So this page param times our page size. Okay, and page param plus 1, multiplying it. I'm going to add it with page size minus 1. Okay, now we need to get our data and error from here, and now let's just do this. So if there's an error, return error. Okay, I'm going to say error dot message. So else return. I'm going to just return the data. Okay, so okay, so let's come down here and import this. Now data dot pages. Okay, so I'm going to be mapping over it. So I'm going to be taking our group and I. Okay, so let's just leave this. Okay, so our div, we have a key of I, and also we're going to be seeing mapping over this group. And for us to map over this group, let me just need to use post any. Okay, let me bring this up. Okay, now we need to add a key. Our key will now be post dot id, and apart from that we need to take other props, which is post. Okay, and also these props are going to be needing them, the post, and we're also going to be needing a current user id, and this current user id will be current user id. Now I think we need to get the current user id. Okay, and also we're going to be needing an image click. So when the image is clicked, what should happen? So set selected post. Now let's name this set selected post. Okay, we're going to now go ahead and create our post, our let me see, our current user id and select selected post. So to do this, we're going to just simply say current user id should be coming from this prop. Okay, let me just enter this, and our set selected post, let me see, const. So just give it selected post, set selected post, use state, import this, and just going to call it null. Also, we're going to use bring in, let me see, ref. Now, let me destructure all this from the use in view that is coming from React Observer, React in intersection observer. So we're going to be using the ref and the in view. Okay, so let me see. Let's use effect. So our use effect will be taking the function and the dependency array as usual, and I'm going to simply say if it is in view, okay, and it has next page, so we need to simply fetch next page. So now we need to add all the states, the new view and the as next page. Okay, okay, okay. Let me see. Selected post. Now we need to, let me see what we can do here. For this status, okay, the status we need to account for it. Let's say this, if the status, like if it is pending, so we are just simply going to, let's say, return a loader. Okay, let me put a div. So this div will take a loader. Okay, and let's just give it a class name of animate spin. Make it inline and margin top of 2. Okay, let's give it as margin right, and let's give the styling for our div as class name test emerald. Now the test emerald of 500 and test center margin top of 20. So if status is pending, you should get that. To make it look more better, we just say syncing ecosystem, something like this. Syncing ecosystem. Let me see what we need here again. This fetching next page. Now let's create the trigger. So what we're going to do now is simply to create our loading trigger. So we're going to say, let's just start with the div. Now we're going to add our ref. Our ref will be the ref from the React observer, that is React interaction observer, and you can just see if it's fetching next page. Okay, let's just show our loader, and you can just give it a class name test emerald of 500. So animate spin, very important. So let's just style our div and say okay, let's see, let's give it a class name. I'm going to say height 20, and I'm going to put it in center. Say item center, justify center. Let's just continue by putting our expanded image model. Okay, so I'm going to just put div. I want it to be animated, so I'll just say animate presence. Okay, the import should import. Okay, animate presence. Getting area post. That is because for this postcard I won't get our prop. If I should want for me to remove this error, I need to put post and current user ID, post current user ID, and on image click. So for now, let me just put any. So let's just come back to what we're doing. So you can see the error has gone. So let me just create a div to start this, and we're going to see, let me just add another div, and inside this div we're just going to add button. So I'm going to call put x size. Okay, the size of, let's make it the size 24, and we're going to add another div, and this div we take the image. Okay, so next image, I was going to say yes, the source will be selected post. Okay, the selected post dot image URL. Okay, we also need to add alt. Okay, give it a width and height. So selected post does not exist on this. Okay, to remove that, I'll just put the type as any. Okay, so image source, and now let us just add the class name to style it. I'm going to say width full, the height should be auto, and let's give it a maximum height of, let's say, 80 vh. Okay, let's just give it an object contain, and the background should be 022c22. Okay, so let's just start our div. Let's just say class name, the class name of width full rounded 3xl, and overflow should be hidden. Okay, I'll just give it a shadow, just give it a custom shadow. I'm going to say 0 underscore 0 underscore 0 underscore 50 pixel underscore RGB 16 to, let's make it 185 and 129 0.3. Okay. So for this, let's just put an click on now. So I'm going to say set selected post. I'm going to put in, I'm going to return it to null. Okay, then we can now go ahead and add our class name, and we're going to say absolute, okay, minus top 12, and right should be 0 towards the right, and our text should be white, and padding of 2. Okay, okay, let us give this class name of relative maximum width of 4, and let me say 4xl. 4xl is better. Width of full. Okay, and let's just put an click on that to stop propagation. So let me see, any p dot stop propagation. Okay. So adding a click handler to this. Add this on click handler, I'm going to be setting the selected post to null. So when it's being clicked, selected post. Okay. Now let's just try this and give it a class name of feeds. Now we can just give it an inset of 0, and our z index will be 60. Let me say we have 60. Okay, let's 60 flex and item center. Okay, justify center. Make the background black. Let's make it over 90 and backdrop low MD. Okay, I'll just give it a padding of 4. So that's that. And now let's see our selected post. Okay, let us give this the animation wanted to give it. So let me do this. Add the motion to the div. Okay, now let's just proceed by adding the attributes. So I'm going to say initial, and initially we should have an opacity of 0, and on animate we should also have an opacity of 1, while on exit it should go back to 0. We also need to style our animate our image. Let me do this motion dot. So I'm just going to say layout id. Okay, so the layout id will be layout. Okay, so layout id we are going to use image. Okay, I'm going to say this selected post. What we're going to do now is, now let's come down to our postcard. Now let's now style this. Okay, so since this is a children, this postcard component is a child of main feed, and in our main feed we already have to use client. We don't need to put use client here. So what we're going to do is just continue, and let me see, you can just say instead of this div, let's just add article. Okay, let's put an article tag and put div under it, and let's just add another div, and in this div we're going to be adding our image. Okay, so first, before doing that, let me just quickly start with this. So I'm going to say glass and make it rounded 3XL, and let's make it padding of around 5, border emerald 900, and just say over 50, overflow of hidden, and margin bottom of 6. Okay, so now let's come down here, and I'm going to just say post dot profiles dot avatar URL. So if we have this, then we should show image as the image from NEXTJS. So let's just say as source. Our source will be post dot profiles dot avatar URL. Okay, else the else is here. Okay, else it should just have this div tag. I'll just put this, and I'm going to say class name. Just give it flex item center Okay, let me just say read full, height full, and justify center. Okay, and give it a test emerald. Test emerald of 500. Okay, and make the test small. That's it. Now for this image, of course, I'm going to be having error. So let me just put this avatar, and also we're going to be adding, let me say, width. That is very important, and height, very important. Now let's give it a class name, and our class name will be width full, height full, and object cover. Okay, so we've added that, and now we can just come create another div, and we're going to just say history. I'm going to use the history tag. I'm going to write the username. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to say post.profiles. Let me see what we use as the username for profiles table. Yes, just username. Okay, so just say username. That is a, or you can just say no username. Okay, let us come here our description, and let's put in this place. Let's just put the date the post was created. So what we're going to do is last name text.js. Okay, and we're going to make the test emerald 500 over 40. Okay, now let's just add the date. So we're going to say new date. Nope. So post dot created at. We want to convert it to local string. So we're going to need to convert it to local date string. Okay, now let me see what we need to do here. Okay, so let us just quickly style this. For this div, we need to make it flex item center and give it a gap of 3 and margin bottom of 4. Why div? Why this other div? We are going to, that is this other div, we are just going to give it like a width of 10 and just a size of 10, and rounded should be full. Let's give it a background emerald of 900. So okay, let's make it overflow hidden. Overflow hidden, give it a border of 1 and a border emerald of 500 over 30. Okay, let me come down here. Let me see. We'll be getting error. Okay, let's come back to that. Before I continue, I want to see how I'm getting this error. So let's just go back to my feed. It says wait, get glimpse from where? I made a mistake. Index.js. It's not supposed to be get glimpse. Library SUPABASE proxy.ts. So let me just come down here. So library SUPABASE. Let's see, get glimpse. Okay. What I'll just do is okay, go to main feed. Our main feed, we are going to need to connect user ID. So what I'll just do is go to dashboard, camp, and let's see if I can get you this. current user ID. So I'll try to get current user ID and I'll get it from the server components. So what I'll just do is, let me see any, and let me just come down here to our app, and our app I'm going to say come to a page. No, this page. Okay, so the current user ID, I'm going to say current user ID will be data dot user dot id. So I'm getting this error still. Let's see. Reload. Let me go back. Let me log out and log in back. Let me log out. Okay, log out is so let's log out and log in back. Maybe the issue is in the authentication. Okay, since the issue is not from the authentication, so group.map is not a function. So what I'll just do is come down to this page cxs. No, our main feed, and our main feed we're going to, let me see, we're going to say console.log. When we say console.log, what we're going to do is data.page. Let me just console.log data.page. Okay, let me run this and let's see what we got here. Let me just could not because more than one relationship was found in post and profiles. Okay, could not embed because more than one relationship was found in for post and profiles. So to confirm, so I'll just say 42. Okay, group. Oh, I've seen the error. The reason why is because we have data here that we need to match through. So that's it. I just figured it out. Okay. So what I'll just do is dot data. So I think that should solve it. Invalid source prop is not configured under images. That means we need to come to next.config.js to config this to add this our URL so that next.js can know it. Okay. So basically that's that. What else? So let's come down to post. Now I'm just going to add our content here. I'm going to say start with a p tag, and now p tag we're just going to add the post the content. Okay, and I'll just give it some styling. I'll say test emerald 500. So it's not automatically adding it. Okay, okay. Then now we can just see margin bottom of 4, and we can just say leading relaxed. Okay, so let me make this 100. Okay, and let me say over 80. So we're just going to now add div. Now div, we're going to take image. Let me see. Okay, and our image will be taking the source of post.image URL. Okay, think here. Let me first log out, so I'll stop having the 0. Let me close this command prompt. So let me see. In our post, we should, let me see, this image URL. Don't want to just confirm it. So we're going to need to add the alt, and just say post, and we're going to need to add width. We say 600. Let's give it an height of 6. Let's say 600 also. Okay. Now what we're going to need to do is okay, trying to see what we can add here. Let's just style this. Let's give it class name. Let's say class name of width full, height full, object cover, and give it like transition transform. Okay, duration of 700, and what we're going to do is, now let me just come down here and add class name width full aspects. Let me see, aspects should be like all this video 4/3 video kind of video. Let me see. Okay, aspect video, and what else can we put? I'll say rounded to Excel, background black of over 40, overflow hidden, and our cursor should be zooming. Let's put border of 1, and border emerald. Let's put 900. Let's make it over 30, and relative, and let's put a class name of group so that we can use it to style the remaining one. So let's see, sometimes if you come down here, you can just say something like, you see, I just say something like group over, or I can say something like, let's just put scale of 105. So now let's add another div. You might not need to add another div, but let's just add it. This one does have a closing tag on its own. Absolute, and it's going to be inset of 0, and background emerald 500. Okay, and let's just put group over, and our group over will be background emerald 500. Oops, 500 over 10. Transition colors. Okay, and let's just say duration to be 300. Now for our action, let's say we want to like the button, like we need to put the like button. So for this, we need to actually have to create a like button. Let me just come here, let me just add a div. So we're going to add our like button here. Let's just give it styling, say flex, items, center, and let's give it a gap of 6, padding top of 2. Let me see 6, and border top of 1. Let's give the border emerald. So let's make it 900 over 30. Okay, now let's, under this, we need to create a like button. So like button components. No. Okay, so this like button component will be taking the post ID. Let's just give it a post ID. So I'm going to say post.id, and it's also going to take initial like. So I'm going to be post.like.sum. So I'm just going to say L any, then I'm going to say L.user ID. So this user ID is equals to the current user ID. So now we're going to need our initial count, and this one will be like the post.likes count. This likes count, I've already gotten it from the index, that is they gotten it from here. So likes count, and I'm just going to say dot count or 0. Okay, then the final one we're going to add is just the current user ID. Then we're going to say current user ID. Okay, so now let's proceed to creating our like button. Let's just come down here and say like button dot css. So export default, let's close this. Okay, so default function like button, and we're just simply going to return, start with a div. Since it's going to, we're going to be using button, let's just start with button tag. Okay, we're going to do a lot of animation here. So what we're going to do is so first I was going to say animate presence. Okay, and now before we will continue, let's first create the states that we're going to need, because we're going to need is like state, we're going to need count state, we're also going to need is animating state. So let's say is liked. Okay, and let me just say, let me just call it liked set liked. So use state, and we're going to use, now we need to get all the props. The prop we need to get the post ID, we need to get the initial like, we need to get the initial count, and we need to get the current user ID. Okay, so this, and now I'm going to be taking in the initial like, and for set for the count state, we're going to just simply say count, let me rename this, set count, and use state. Now we're going to be getting the count from initial count. Okay, now const, we're going to now add is animating set is animating use state, and let's just say false. Yeah, okay, so now let's come down to animation. So for an animate presence, we're going to say div. Let me even style our button. Let's just give it the class name of flex item center, and give it a gap of 2, and let's just give it a class name of group, and let's make it relative. Now we need to now come here, so animate presence, and we're going to say if it's animating. Okay, if it's animating, then let's add this. That means we need to import motion. Okay, so we're just going to add class name. See, absolute insert 0 and give it a background of emerald 400 and let's make it rounded 4 and give it a blow of the same. So what I'll just do is make this a closing tag. So let me just add our animating attributes. So I'll just say initial and scale. Initially it should be 0, then opacity it should be 1. Okay, so when we animate, the scale should be, let's make it 2, and the opacity should be 0. Okay, and when we exit, our opacity should be back to 0. And let us put transition. So for this transition, I'm going to just give it a duration of 0.5. Now we can just see this one, animation complete. That also comes from set is animating to false. Okay, now we can now start with this. I'm going to say div, and inside this div we're going to have our heart icon. So let me give it a class name. I'll give it a class name. Now this, but I want to put a condition. So if there's like I want to add a condition, I'll just say transition colors, and I'm going to make it duration of 300. And now let's add our condition. So okay, but if like, or we can even do no, taking an error, sorry. Okay, so if like, then the test emerald should be 400. Let's say test emerald and let's make it 700. Okay, so I'm just going to add this span tag, and this span tag will take into account. So I'm going to just give it a class name of, so simply because I'm also going to add the condition of like, let us just put this. So I'm going to say test xn, and I'm going to make a font of medium and also give it like, if it is like, what are we going to do? Let's make the test emerald of 400. So else the test emerald should be 700. Okay, so let's just see if we can, let us put like animation motion, and now we're going to say while tap, just give it a scale of 0.8, so it will reduce it, animate. So when if it is like, no, when I want to put a condition, just put a new one. If it is like, then the scale should be the scale should be 1, 1.2, 1. Okay, and the rotate should be 0, -10, and 10, 0. Else, let me see. That's this. I think that's okay for this. Okay, so for our postcard, we're having the 0. Now we have not even add our logic yet. So when we click on this, we need to add our logic. We're going to see when we click on this, let's add the logic. We're going to say handle like. Will handle like take a parameter? No, no. It's not take any arguments. So let me say handle like. So I have to create this function. Now async function handle like. Okay. Now we need to start adding our function and our logic. I'm going to say new liked equals no liked. Okay. Now I'm going to say set. I'm going to be setting our like to new liked. Okay. And for our account, we have to say previous. If you new liked, then it will be previous plus 1, else previous minus 1. So yeah, we need to account for it. Okay. So if there's a new like, we need to set an awaiting to true, and also need to await toggle. Now toggle live post. Now this toggle live post will be the server action. So it's going to take like the post ID, and we're also going to take the current user ID. We need those two. So let's come down to index.tx. So index.tx, so I'm going to say export async function toggle live post, and I'm going to say post ID. Okay. Now we can just put the post ID of string and user ID of string, and let's just give it this. Okay. So let's just say on SUPABASE await create client, and I'm going to say const data. I might not need to the structure error. Let me just await SUPABASE. Await SUPABASE dot. I'm going to be taking it from the likes table. Okay. Let me see what we have in the likes table. We have our ID, user ID, and our post ID. So what we're going to oops, made a mistake here. It's supposed to be a okay dot. So from we're going to take it from the likes ID, likes table I mean, and select. So let's just say equal post ID. So we're going to take our post ID. Post ID must be equal to the post ID, and also it must be equal to the user. Let's put our user ID. So nope, user ID. Okay, so I'm going to just take only one. Okay, so if there is data, then I'm going to say await SUPABASE dot from dot likes. So we have to delete the one that is matching. Okay, so post ID, if it's matching with post ID, then and also user ID, if it's matching with user ID. Nope. Okay, so we're going to return if this is going on, then return unliked. Okay, else I'm going to just simply let me just copy this, paste this. So we're going to insert instead. Okay, if there's no data, we're going to insert it. So dot insert, we're going to insert our post ID. Now this post ID is having this. Sorry. Okay, and our user ID is having user ID, and I think once we have done that, then we can then return liked input like. Okay, so now we have our ID, user ID, and post ID. So that's that. Now let's come down to our postcard and then import this. Okay. Let's rerun this. Select this terminal. Come back to our localhost and reload. So waiting for this. Nike.some. Unable to read. So let's come down to postcard.css. Our like button. Now we say post.like.some. Okay, so we're getting this error and we need to come down to our next config. Am I getting error? Okay, I want to import this. So I need to come down to our next config to figure out the image. So in our next config, we are going to simply come down to our next config here. Then let me just under this, let me see images. Actually, we need to reset this. Let me just close this. So for the meantime, remove patterns. Yeah, we're going to take the first protocol and we are going to put HTTPS. Okay, host name. I'm going to put avatars. So now the error is given. I think it's avatars dot git github user github user content.com. Not sure though. So now our port, let's make it empty, and our part name. Okay, you can just make it this, and let us do this. Our protocol will be HTTP. Yes, okay, and our host name. Now we're going to have to take, let's come down to here. Okay, let's just take this ID, but then copy this. So let's just come here and paste this. Okay, so let's put our port. That will be empty, and our path name. So for our path name, I'm going to say slash storage slash version 1 object. Okay, and public slash asterisk. Okay, so let's just rerun this. Play this terminal. Reload this. While that is going on, let me see what we got here for our port, our storage. So we have, okay, we haven't even uploaded anything yet. So let's just come here and let's see issues. Empty string was passed to the source. Let me see the other issue. Empty string. Okay. Think load. Let's start with the postcard. Then let's close this. Go to postcard, and for this we're just going to come here and say this. What else? What other error? Okay. What will happen is this will only happen if there is an image. It will only show if there is an image. So if there is post image URL. So let's just do this. And I'm going to say post dot image URL. Okay. What's it there? Okay. How we get to this? On image click. I want to instantiate on image click. What I'm going to do is, okay, on image click, and I'm going to just say post. Okay. And let me just see. So let me just do this. Motion. No, 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 what I typed. So motion dot, and let's just put it here. Okay. So let me import motion from. Maybe better I just manually import it. Okay. So motion slash react. So here we have, let me see, we're going to have the layout ID, and our layout ID, okay, image, let's see, post dot id. Okay. Now let's come down to our main feed. Remove this, remove this, remove this. Okay. Set selected post also pointer. Supposed to set it to null. I'm supposed to set it to null. Let's reload. Kind of showing the same thing. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out this error. I'll click this. Now we'll bring an error in the postcard. Empty string was passed to the source attribute. Let's see. Okay. Let me just say selected post dot image URL. Does not exist on type. Okay. So let me just return all this back. Okay. So what I'll just do is simple. So for this animate parent, because this is the part that shows the dialog, the modal, the image modal. So I'll just simply pass the condition and I'll say selected post. Yeah, I think that's all that. So you are welcome, please. Okay. So let me see how it look like. And let's see for the for the like button. Let's come down to postcard. No, like button I mean. I want it to be cursor pointer. So cursor pointer. Though I've not yet clicked like let me add another post. This one I'll be adding an image. Let me just see. Let me add NEXTJS and NEXTJS is really okay. Oh, sorry. Post new rule violates. Okay, let's see what we got here. I think basically it's from the bucket. So maybe I didn't send through label policy for bucket. Let me see. I didn't create any. So I'll just create new policy. Create. So I'll just select because I'm going to read it. I'm also going to insert and I might update later on, possibly delete. So let me just say all work. Let me just name it as all work. And this should be only for authenticated users. I think review. So let me save policy. I think that is that. Save and let's post again. So it's broadcasted to the ecosystem. Okay. Well, I'm supposed to be seeing it here like immediately. Okay, I mean like this. Okay, so this is one. So if me or let me see if I come down to the post ID of this. Let me see if I come down here. Let me come down to tables, table editor, and go to the post ID. Should see the like. So this user I want to see the likes. So the only like I have presently is for this one, and it's only from me, which I'm the user. So I can add another like to another post. So I should add it here. So one, let me reload to see. So it has done that. So I'm getting two, that is post ID of two and just one user. Okay. So if I remove it, it will delete it. But I've already done it in the toggle server action. Okay. So let me see, let me just create a post. See, let me just find out the picture. Let me see, let me find the picture somewhere. Okay, let me use this. Supposed to be seeing it here immediately. Seems it's not showing almost immediately. So what I will do is let's come down. So let's come down here. Let me see. Let's come down to our main feed. Okay. Let me see. Fetch interval 0. So let me try and delete the post. Let me delete this. Let me first see. Deleting this post should delete the like. Let me see. Before I do that, let me confirm. Let me confirm that. So let me just edit. Click edit. And come to let me see foreign keys. Okay, wait. I don't think it's this. Let's leave it. Let's see how it goes. NEXTJS is coming to delete. Okay, unable to delete. Next detail is still reference from the table. That's what I'm talking about. So possibly let's come down to likes. I think I'm not sure of the ID though. But let me see. I think it's ID of 2. So let me just come in. Let me just go see edit and see how it goes. Okay. So let's if use cascade. Okay. If reference row is updated, no action. If it is removed, cascade. So let's just save it. So let us go and remove the reference row now. I think we'll be able to remove it. So this and delete it. Delete. So it has been deleted. So that means if you come to write, it should also be deleted. Okay, so that's it. So coming here, you should not see next.js. So let's just create new post and say this is December. Okay, let's just add this. Okay, let me just come to downloads to see what I can get. So you see it here. Something I either reload it or click save from VS Code. Then okay, that's one issue. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to see what I can do here. For the get infinite post, I think we added the validate part. So let's come down here. The validate part. So let's try creating another one. And just name is green post. Dot is we validate the part. No. Okay. No, it's not here. Wait. Yes. What's the here first? To prevent this, what we're going to simply do is first let's go to our create post modal. So in our create post modal or create modal post, so we're going to simply let's see what we have here. Now we used a create post server action. So what we're going to see is let me see. So what I will do is I will say const query clients. So I'm going to instantiate the query clients. Say use query clients. Okay. So this is just to initialize the hook, and after creating post, I will try to await query clients dot invalidate queries. So this is just to force it to load immediately. So let me see if it will work. Let me just add the query key. So I'll add the query key. I'll add the query key and that's post. That's the key we used. And let me see. Okay. So let me try another one. So let me see post green again. So that's what we want immediately. Okay. That's what we want. Let me see. Let me see neon stop much. Let me just put this post. So immediately it's showing. That is what we want. Okay. Okay. I want this to show that it has been uploaded. So what I'll just do is I'll just come here and say const set upload, no, upload, set upload. Then I'll say use state and give it use state of false. Now what I'll now do is come down here and let me see, in our inputs I'm just going to say on click, let me see, I'll just say on click set upload to true. Okay, and if upload, okay, if upload, then let me give an icon, let me see, then let me see, I'm trying to get mad, okay, trying to get a good, let me see, mad, okay, and I'll say size of 20. Mm-hmm. Let me change this one, change. So what I will do is instead of this bookmarked, I will trying to look for a better icon. Checked. Okay, let me see check second. So let me just use this. So exactly change. That's what I wanted. So once I just say, so let me just post Prisma and now right. That's good. So immediately it showed it. That's what I wanted. Okay. So I think new post. Okay. So what I will now do is I will now set the upload. So I will set the upload, set upload to false. So it shouldn't be showing this again. So if I let me see, I try NEXTJS, NEXTJS, a framework. Okay, let me see. So let me just use another one. Neon is trying. Close this. So as you see this by the time I click it again. Exactly. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create the logic for our explore page. So let me see. So let us create the logic for our explore page. So what I'm going to do is let me first create the server action. So let me just close all this for the meantime. I might need them later on. So I'm going to come down to our server action and make another function. So our function, let's name this one slash users. Okay, slash users. So this one will be taking a kind of parameter. Let's call it arguments of string, and now we need to instantiate our SUPABASE. SUPABASE equals await create client. Okay, and now if there is no query, simply return empty array. So what we're now going to do now, if there is query, then those the structured data. Let me just say await SUPABASE. So we're going to come here to get, so our proof, let me use the, we're going to use the profiles, the profiles table to get the users. So profiles dot select, I'm going to selecting everything. Okay, dot, now I'm going to highlight. Okay, I'm going to use the username. So let's use this. This is like a simple in SQL, and then SUPABASE also uses it. Right, so to take any query. Okay. Okay, I think that's that. I'm making a mistake here because this query is the variable, so I'm supposed to use backtick. So yeah, let me put sorry. Okay, so let's just come down here and take our data. So let me just use the limit. Let me just set the limit of 10. No, I want only 10 users. So we're going to just return. We're going to return data. Okay, return data or empty array. That is if you have empty array. So for us to do this, let me just say data. So what I'm now going to do is to come down to our, I'm going to come down to our components folder, and in this components folder we need to create, let me just come here, we need to create a new folder, and this folder will be the explore page. So I'm going to just say explore explore page.txs. And this explore page is what we're going to put in the page, that is the server component, the app routes, the roots of this explore page. So let's just say export, let me see, export default function explore page, and I'm going to return this. Now I'm going to take a div. This one we don't need to add much time, so let's just take search icon from local layout, and let us give the search icon of let us style this, because we need to add what's name, give it a relative of mb8, and now this one will be having a class name of absolute left of 4. So top 1 over 2, and you can just say translate, give it y of 1 over 2 test. Now this test will be emerald of 500 over 50. Okay, then we can now say the size is 20. Okay, so let me just enclose this because I want to add each one before showing this. Okay, so it's not still showing here because I won't add the explore page to the parent component. So let me just say, let me just add this div. Nope. Okay, so I will bring this up, and yeah, we're going to add our each one. This each one, the text we're going to just put is explore. Let me just give it a styling. Nice text 3XL, and the font should be bold. You can make it black, and text emerald of 50, margin bottom of 6. So let's just give this parent div. This is styling. So let's just say pt8, okay, and give it a px of 4 and maximum width. And this maximum width should be like 2xl and mx auto. Okay. Now what else do we need? Let us just put the results. So let's just make the results in the form of grid. So let's just say div. So we're just going to say add another div. Okay. Okay. So this div will be containing like this div will be the results. So the data we're getting from our server action. Let me just give it a styling of read and give it a gap of 4. Okay. So here we're going to just say here we're going to be adding okay, we're going to be adding our link that we get from next link. Okay. Nope. Now this link we have an attribute of href. So let's give this href as /app/ let me say username user dot no no dot username. Okay, so I'll just say just style it, give it a class name of glass and padding of around 4, rounded with 2xl. Let's place this item center and justify between okay, justify between. Let's just make this a group and the over should be border emerald, and this emerald should be 500. Let's make it over 40 and transition should be all. So okay, now we are going to get the user, and that is the user. We're going to get it, that's from the result. Okay, so what we're going to now do is in this link we're going to add our div. So in this div we need to add another div. This div will now contain our image. I need to import this image from next.js. Okay, so we're going to take a source. Let me just give it an empty source for the meantime and give it a styling of width full, height full, object cover. Okay, and let's we need to add alt. Okay, avatar. Okay, so we need to create another div, and this div is going to contain p tag, and this p tag we're going to just add the username, the user phone name. Let me just do this username. Okay, and this one will also contain, let me just say email. Okay, okay, so what I'm now going to do is let me add some styling to this. I'm going to say class name is flex, class is reflex, item center. Okay, it's not what I think. Oh shit. Item center gap of 4, and you can then come down to this div and give it a class name of, let me just give it something like size of 12. Okay, let's make it rounded 4 and background emerald. Let's make the background emerald 900. Okay, and overflow should be hidden. Okay, what can I do again? Let me style this. Let me just style this. The class name. This one should be font bold and text Test emerald should be like 50. Okay, and this one, let's just give it a test emerald of 500. Let's now say over 60. Okay, test sn. Now we just need to thinking what I can do here. Make the mistake. Great. Okay, what I'll just do is here I'll have to make these results. Now these results I'm going to be getting it from I'm going to just get it from our server action. So what I'm going to do is user okay, and I'm going to let me see. So okay, so this I'm going to just say our div should, so I'll just use say user dot avatar URL. Okay, or we can just give it a default URL. Let's just say avatar icon. Okay, let me say profile. Okay, so I'll just put this as, don't need to put, let me just see. Okay, so now let's go and get our results, and how I'm going to do it is we're simply going to add an unchained handler to this. Okay, to this. Now we haven't add our input, so slash icon, this slash icon I made it absolute so I can put my input here. Okay, so this one will take a type of test, and let me say give a placeholder of, let me say find orders, something like this. Okay, let's just give it, quickly style it with full background. Let's give it 031 C16. Okay, that's black. Okay, border 1 and border emerald. This border emerald should be 900. Okay, rounded 2XL PY4. Okay, and let's give it a test emerald of 50. What I want to do is let me add padding left of 12, padding right of 4, and let's give it a test emerald of 50. Let's make the focus, as usual we usually make it some 9 on, and the focus are also going to add the border. Let's make the border emerald to be something like 500 over 50. Okay, so upon focus we should give it a shadow, a custom shadow. So 0 0 underscore 0 underscore 0. Yes. Okay, let me just put 0 that is, let's make 20 px and RGB. So for this we're going to just say 16 185 129 and 0.1. Okay, so okay, what else can we do here? So what I'll just simply do is come down here, let's create our handler. So function is going to be an async because we're accessing the server action, which is what do I even name it as, search user. So let me just say async function and do search. So, and we're going to take an event. This event we're going to give it, let's give it a type of any, or you can, let's make this, sorry, let me come down here, let me see I'll change handler for this. So I'm just going to use e. Now e will be here, and let's give it a name, and let's just say e dots. So I'm going to be taking handle slash as e dot target. Now dot value. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is the value will be here. So I'm just going to say temp. Let's put the value as this. Let's just give it this type, and let's say if temp dot length is less than 2. You might not really need this. Okay, let's just put that and set. So because in some cases you might want a strict kind of stuff. Search results. So this search results we need to create our state. So I'm going to say results and set results. So use state. Okay, and this use state will be having this. So let's just give it like any type of this. So I'm also going to be needing this session and set this session. So that is so I can know our loader and disable the button. So let's just say false, because now we cannot give it a type of boolean. Let's put it here. Okay, so set results. So as set results, we are going to be setting the results to empty array, and we're going to simply return. So what we're going to now do is we're going to set is searching to true. So now we can even put it in the try catch block to make it better. So what I'm going to say is const users. We're going to await, okay, slash users, okay, and this slash user is going to take the term. Now this term is the query, the query argument that is here. So let's just come down here and let's see set results. We're going to put it as users. Now the set is searching will be what? Will be false. Let's put it as let's put this. Let's just run this. Okay. So what we now need to do is connect this to let's come down to let's explore page.ts. Our page.ts, we're just going to simply add this explore. Okay, use state. I haven't even put use client. I'm not sure if you put use client. Oh, I'll get in that error. So use client. Okay, so this is it. We have this. So when it's focused, you show shadow, and let's even search. How many users do we have? I think we have only one user. Let me see. So let's just do this and say results.map. Wait. First I need to, okay, so it won't be results. Let me console all this. These results. Let me clear this. Let me say some. Okay. So it's supposed to be data. That is results. Let's come down here. Results dot data. Okay. Data does not exist on type any. You know what we're going to do? Let's just come down here and let's make it simple for ourselves by saying data or empty. So it's going to be better like this. So I think it should not show any error. Now let's see some. Okay, keep rope. Yeah. I didn't put the keep rope. So that is I. Sorry. Okay. Let's see how it goes again. Okay. Is missing required width. Okay, naturally when you're using image from NEXTJS image, you must put the width and the height. So let's just say 500. Let's just put an height of 500. I think that's that. So let's just connect this put some. Of course, we're seeing this here now. So you can see the info here. Let's just come here and control F. We don't need control F, just do this. I want to actually remove any console.logs. So when it is session, we need, let me even see what's going on here. We're having this. Okay, so we have to account for, let me go back and see our array, our data info. We have the avatar URL. So let's come down here. The avatar URL. Okay, you have the username maybe user dot username. Okay, and this one will be like user, I think user dot metadata dot email, I'm not sure, but let's say user dot email. Let's see how it goes first. So let's try searching again. Good, but it's not showing us this email. That means we need to actually, let me console.log the results. So console.log the results, so I can see what I'm getting. So for our, we didn't have any email here. Okay, I don't need to actually put email. Why am I not having email here? Okay, so this is this. Okay, not bad. Let's do this as that. Okay, so what I will just do is, okay, let me remove this. But since we're using profiles, what we're supposed to be getting, let's come down here. Don't tell me I didn't put email here. Then I didn't add email. So maybe I will add the email. Okay, so that's what I will do. I will add email so that so I can add the thing. I might not even need it. So let's just do this. So while it is session, what you need to do is, while it is session, you need to see. What we're going to do is, if when it is session, we're simply going to say, let's come down here. Let's say, let me do this. I'll say results dot length. So we can just say if it's, if it is not session, okay, and the results the dot length is equals to 0. Okay, that means we want it to show this. So I'm going to say, let's put the tag search to discover. Let's just style this. Let me just style this div. Class name, let's give it a test to center, and let's then say test emerald of 900. Okay, test emerald of 900. Okay, and let's make it empty 10. So gotten this. Let's just put something like UIO. So to get this back, you can just make this. Let me just make it brighter. Something like 4. Okay, so that's that. Now come back to our home page. going to take time. Maybe it's because of the internet. Okay, syncing. Okay. Now that we're done with our explore, now we need to come down to activity. Now let's see how we got how our explore is on. Okay, so let's say we just say UIO. Okay, let me say Sam. Let's bring this up. Okay, so it's going to lead us to Sam UI dots. You can see the rules below here. Okay, so let's just come down to I want this that in the desktop. If we're in the explore, then if we're in the explore route, then it should give us the I think the hovering should be the active one. Let's see what we can do. Let's come down to sidebar. Okay. Okay. I think we didn't add actives to this. That's why we're having this. If you look at the mobile now, we added active to this. So and we added active to the nav icon and we said active parts. Okay. Now we used let's just do the same thing. Now we're going to need our use path name. So let's just say const path equals use path name. Okay. So let's just put this as active. So for this, we're going to just add our active. Now we're going to need to put the styling, change the styling. For this, we're going to have to add the styling here. In fact, I made an error. It's supposed to be test error. Let's not say it. Okay, so let's do that. The active, we need to now have to change this to okay. Yeah, let's delete this. Let me see. So what I wanna do is if nope. So I'll then just say the styling I added for the mobile now. Let me just add this. Okay, I will add this to that. So our active now will be the part equals so this slash app. Just copy this, paste this here. This one will be slash explore and paste this here. Let's put it as slash activity and paste this here. Put it as add the slash profile. I think that should change it. Let's see how we get. So if we come to home, okay, there's supposed to be some kind of margin or padding. Just let me just put margin there. So let me just say let me say this. I think that I think that's enough. Yep. Okay, so coming down to explore, just search. So if you put you won't get anybody, so search to discover. Now in our activity, we need to this is where we're going to be getting all the notifications. So what we're going to do is come down to our VS Code. Our VS Code, let's just close the one we don't need. Don't need this. We don't need this again. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. Okay. So basically let's just come down to this and let us create a new, or let me just create the server action for this. So what I'll just do is look for the action file. Okay. Okay. So let's just create another action. This action will be get notifications. So export async function get notification. Okay. So I'm going to say const SUPABASE. So initialize it and wait. SUPABASE. Nope, nope. Let's create client. Share. See. Okay. Create client. And we're going to just destructure this. We're going to get our user. So we're going to say SUPABASE dot hot dot get user. Okay. Now let's just come down here. Data, and we can get user from here. Okay. Now we're going to now say const. We need to now use our notification table, get information from our notification table. So what I will just say is await SUPABASE dot from. Now I'm going to say notifications. Yes, notification. What I'm going to do, I'm going to select everything. Now, since notification also has its own foreign keys, composite keys, so we're going to just say actor. Now I'm going to say profiles exclamation mark actor ID. Okay, and you are going to be taking the username and the avatar URL. Okay, so what I'm going to now do is, let's see, let's get this equals. So I'm going to say recipient ID. The recipient ID should be equals to the user ID. Okay, and you can just do the make sure that it is descending. So I'm just going to say created at, and ascending, no, supposed to be this, ascending is false. Okay, now we need to say take a limit of 20. Take a limit of 20. So next thing we're going to now do is let us return. Now we need to take the data that we need to return from. We are going to return, we have to return the data, or if there's no data, it's just an empty array. Let's just come here and see if you have any notification. I feel we have notification since we like the video and a post. So no notifications yet. Okay, so let me just see what we got here. Okay. So for our activity, let's just go. Let's see. Let's just come down here. Let's just continue by creating. Let me see activity. This will be the activity page. .css. Okay. So export default function activity page. Now we have to return, and so we're going to just add our div, and we're going to put our h1. We're going to call our h1 activity. So let's just style our h1. So I'm going to just give it like a text of 3xl, font of bold, and let's say the text should be emerald 50. Okay, and at the bottom of it, let's just style our div, and let's give it a class name of p. I'm padding bottom of it, px of 4. Let's say max width of 2xl, mx auto. Okay, so basically let's come down here and give it a div, Now this is where our notifications will be. So let's just give it a, let me just give the leave last name of space y4. So we're going to say notifications. Now these notifications we'll be getting it from, let me just put the item I'm going to put here first, div, and our div will be taking another div which we actually have maybe an art, and also we're going to also add the user plus, that is for follow. So let's just say user plus, and let's give it a size, devote the size of 18. So class name, let's just give it test emerald or 400. Okay, so why for this art, make it like the field should be like red. Okay, and just try to make the field, also arts like means, let me just see, it not make sense to make it red, sure. Let's see how sharp goes. Okay, so what I'll just do is, okay, what I'll do here is create another div. I'm going to say give it our paragraph as our p tag. We actually contain this span, and this span will be the notification username. So what I'm going to do is, let me just say username, not going to put it as, okay, let's say like your post, and let's just start this class, let's give it flex of 1, and for the p, let's just start and give it class name. Oh, class name should be like test emerald of 50. Okay, so let's just give it another p tag, and in this p tag we're going to say the date. Let's just put, for the meantime, and let's give it a class name. The class name will be test xs, smallest test, and then the emerald will be 800. Okay, let's just put margin top of 1. So what we're going to now do is, what can we do? Oops. Let me just carry this. So I'll just say class name and give it like a glass padding of 4. Give it rounded, make it rounded 2xl, and give it a flex item center. Okay, give it a gap of 4, and border left of 4, border left of emerald 500. Okay, so now what we're going to now do is, we're going to actually be getting notifications using that query. So what I'm going to do is const destructure this from use query. Okay, use query. I'm going to say query key, that is notifications, and our query function get notification. Okay, so there we are just going to say data, let's call them data notifications. Okay, so we're now going to map our notification, which is this, which will be here, notification dot map. So I'm going to take, let's just say notify, and I'm going to take I, give this. Okay, and bring this up. So I'm going to say give this a key of I, very necessary. Okay, and what else can we do? For the notify, I'm going to say so I'm going to say notif. Nope. So for this, if the notif mistake, so if notify dot type is equals to like, then this. Okay, so I'm just going to let me just copy this, and the same thing for here. So if it is follow, okay, what else can we now do? You are going to have to say notif dot the actor dot the username. This must be in a JSX form. So okay, notify, I mean the notify type, let me just say if the notify dot type is equals to like I mean, then to be this else follows you. So here we're going to just take like the created at. So we're going to say new date. Now we need to say notify dot created at. Okay, notify dot created at. I'm going to say to, you can say local date string. Okay, now let's come down here and let me just see if there is no notification, then let me just put down here if no notification, as if notification dot length is equal to 0, then show this. Let us put this split out. Nope, let me put this. Okay, so I'm going to say no signal or notification yet. Let me just say let me just put this, and let me just quickly style this. Give it like test center and test emerald, and the test emerald should be 800. So let's come down here and see what we're getting. Now we need to now come down to our page.txs for the activity. So let me just import our activity page. Okay, so use query, getting this use client, supposed to be use clients. Okay, so you're getting this now. You have no signal, there is no notification yet. Okay, let's see how it looks like. Okay, for this activity page, one no you don't, I want to add real-time, real-time updates. So I'm going to use SUPABASE real-time, and for us to do that, I'm simply going to say what I will just do is I'm going to use effects. So I'll use effects. We'll be taking a function, sorry, and a dependency array. Now in this use effect, we're going to just simply say const. Now our channel will be accessing SUPABASE. Now we need to create our SUPABASE and instantiate our SUPABASE. So we're going to say SUPABASE equals and with create client. Now this create client will be coming from client from the client side. So what I'm going to do now is SUPABASE. So because we want to listen to our notification, our activity in real time. So I'm going to just name this real time activity. Just await. I will look for something to do to that. I'll come back to it. Okay. So let me just continue. So channel. What I'm now going to say is SUPABASE your channel. I will give you the name of our channel. Now we're going to put on so Postgres changes. Okay. Then we need to put the event. The event we are going to be using is insert. Once we notice any insert, so and also schema, our schema should be what public because that's where our tables are, and our table will be notifications. Okay. Now we need to add the payload. The payload. So this payload, I'm going to say toast. Yeah, I'm going to say toast info. So anytime we get, let me impose the toast. Anytime we get any, let me see. So let's see if this toast does not have it has now. So I'm going to just say new activity. So let me say new activity detected, and the next thing we are going to do is I'm going to simply refresh this that page, the data from the notification table. What I'm going to do is use query client. Now this query client, we need to instantiate it. So we need to come here and say const query client equals use query clients from React query. So now we need to now say query client dot validate. Now we're going to be invalidating queries, and we need to take our key, and you know the key is, let me say query key. Our query key is notifications. Let me see notifications. Okay, so we can now say dot subscribe. The next thing we can now do is we return this. Then we'll say SUPABASE dot remove channel, and I'm going to put the channel. Okay, so we have to take our dependencies. Our dependencies will be SUPABASE and query client. So what I want to do, this order I'm getting, I don't want to use await here. So what I will just simply do is maybe I will create I'll create our client by ourselves. So create browser clients. This browser client is will come from this, and we need to just add our process.env. So our process.env next public, and let me just come to our env and copy it. Copy this. Okay, and also copy this. Cannot find name. Oh, process. So that is that. What we need to now do is to come down to our SUPABASE. In our SUPABASE, we're just going to come down to our SQL editor. What I want to just do is to create a trigger that once a post is liked, immediately it's going to be inserted into the what are they calling it? Into the notifications table. So what we're going to do is, so first of all, we need to create, let me just create our function, create function, and we need to call this public. You can also manually add it, but this one is faster and safer. I'm going to do the one I'm going to manually insert with follow. So public and do the name that is new like, okay, that's the name of this thing. So we're just going to return, so it will return trigger as, okay, the symbol. So begin. Now we'll try to avoid self notification. So for us to do, I'm going to say new dot user id equals, so I'm going to select user id. I'm going to select it from the post where id is equals to new dot post id. Now once our user id is equals to this user id, that means I am liking it by myself. So I'm going to end this. So what I'll just do is return new, and then I'm going to end if I'm not going to do anything else. Then I'm going to insert into the public dot notifications, and what I'm going to do is just put the recipient, those are the columns, the actor id, and the type, the post id. Okay, so now we need to add our values. Our values will surely be select, then the first one will be select user id. Let me say user id from post. Now where id is equals new dot post id. Okay, so the next, for our next column, which is actor id, we're going to say new dot user id, and the type will be like, and we're going to say new dot post id. Okay, so that's our values, and we're going to now return new. Okay, so we now need to end this, then what we've started. Then I'm going to put language, this is very important. Yes. Okay, what's now they're doing it plpg sql. Okay, security. So we're going to see diviner. Okay, now we can then attach the trigger, so let us just say drop, I'm going to drop trigger if it exists. So as if it exists on like, but it doesn't exist though, but let's just put it, that is saver, that is making it saver, public dot likes. Okay, so what we're going to now do is create our trigger. So we're going to create our trigger on, okay, on like created. No, the name is this. Okay, so then we need to, after insert on public dot likes, for each row execute, we need to execute the procedure. Now we need to put the name of our function, public dot handle new like. So make sure you are not accidentally removing something important. Please confirm that you would like to execute this table. I'm not removing anything. So I just, okay, So I just drop in trigger if it exists on this, create trigger on like created. Uh, so I'm not removing anything. So let's just run this query. Fail to run. Seems said on line 5. What I'll just simply do is run selected. Okay, so I can. So I will say insert into okay. Trying to figure out where the error is. Give new the user ID. Select user ID from post. Okay, then okay. So that's it. Let's run this. So we're getting on line 15. Let's run this again. I don't think we should get any error. Okay. So let's attach this. Run selected. Run this query. So that is that. So once there is a like on this, let me just say once there is a like, let me say if I like this, I should immediately see it in our notification table. Let me see our errors. Maybe there's problem with it. I don't think there's problem with it. Okay. Having this post ID. Okay, what? Maybe if we let me create another account and see what we saw. So let me just say where just using any email. Okay, we need to create account. Let me say Sadio at gmail.com and let me just use any password. So let me just say close this Sadio at gmail.com. Put the password. Okay. Close. Waiting for it to load up. So basically, okay. The user ID should be different. Yep. And I think let me see notifications. Yes, it worked. So if I should come here, let me reload this. No signals. What's going on? Let me see what we're getting now. Was in our notification here. No, this is not what I want. Let me reload. Everything we did here is correct. Let me see for this. Let me come down to this index.js. Let me see what I'll get here. I'm seeing node, fetch field. Let me create terminal. So basically it's not getting anything. Okay. Setting false. User ID. Okay. Username. Let's reload this. Let me test this. Oh, this one I'm not able to see any notification or activity here simply because of the misuse of foreign keys. So let us just come here. So here I'm just simply going to change this. I'm going to change this from this to notifications. So it's not recognizing this. So we want to add it. I need to add if key. So with this, you should be able to view it. Let's save this and we will get a signal. Okay, we're not getting. So let's just come here and see what we are getting. Seems we are getting. Let's clear this terminal. Okay, I miss. Yeah, it's supposed to be username. So by now I should get everything. Okay, so that's it. Someone like your post. What I'm going to do is to come down here, some activity page. And what I will just do is I'll give it like a space x of 3. Not really, it's not showing. Let me come down here. Okay. First, we need to. I'm seeing. Okay. Like your post. So we're going to run add flex here and give it an x of 3. Okay. No signal. Let's reload. Okay. So let's just remove this. Someone like your post. Like your post. So that's that. And so I think we're done with that. So we're done with the activities page. We can just come here and no search for Samuel. And this, I want to remove the console log. And let me just do this. So I don't see it. Let's come to explore. And let's simply find, okay. Here we are having in this our explore. We are having, let me see. Let me change the avatar. Let's come down to explore page. Nice. Our explore page is in our components. Sorry. Explore page is here. And we have to come down to this. So let's give it a size of 24. Okay. I'm supposed to be, yes, you know this. No, we haven't created a route for this. So it's normal for it to show an error. Then first see our activities. I'm having to use empty. source attributes. To fix this, let me just do pass now. I need to pass an icon. Let me see avatar or profile. Let me use power of icon. Let's come down to explore and let's look for sound. I'm still getting the same error. 49, 19. That is here. So what I'm going to do is this. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just say if if we have user dot avatar URL, do this, else let me use user size of 24. I think that's that. Okay. If I just give it 32. Okay. So that's it. I'm not supposed to be seeing any other error. Okay. So we have two likes, one. Okay. So main feed. Main feed is refreshing too much. That is bad practice. So let's just go to our component and look for in our dashboard. I'm going to find our main feed. I think the reason is because of this. So I think it will stop. So it's going to be refreshing every time. Exactly. So it has stopped. So that is that. So I've done our explore page, our activity page, and it remain our profile. So for our home, okay, trying to see what I can do here. I'm still getting this often. Let's see. Let me try adding a post. Let's have it here. So let's post it. So we've posted this. No likes. So basically, just come here. Let's just that's it. So let's just come down to activities. I don't like the way the field is red. Let me just change it. Let me first change it first. Okay. Come down to art. Let me give it 100. Okay. Let me give it 400. Since it makes sense, 400. Okay. So that's that. Now let's come down to home. Basically, we're going to just come down to profile. Let me close this and let's just start working on profile. Let me just close this. Once we're done working on profile, then we'll come back to home. So let's just do this, and then the first thing we're going to be doing will be creating our server action. So the logic behind it is what we're going to start with. So what we're going to do is just come down to our action file. Then I'm going to create the logic for follow. So I'm going to say exploit async follow. Let me just call it toggle follow, and I'm going to be calling it taking the parameter of toggle ID. Let me give it a type of string, and also let me also take should follow params argument, I mean, and I'm going to say boolean. Okay, let me just close this. So as usually do, we start say SUPABASE and say await create clients. Okay, and then we're going to say const. So we're going to get our user. So what we're going to say is SUPABASE, and for us to get user, we'll go to what? Then we'll say get user, and you can then destructure our data, and also come down to destructure our user. Okay, so you can then now see if there is no user. If there is no user, then I'll just return error, and I'm going to give the error message. Nope, not that. Oh, I'm supposed to destructure error from here. So I'm going to get the message. I just have to destructure it. Now you can just even say you're not authorized. So just leave it as simple as that. But to show the message so we can know how to debug. Okay, so try cache, and it's going to take error as an argument. You cannot give the type of any, and I'm going to say if should follow. Okay, then what logic are we going to put? I'm simply going to let me just, I'm going to then say SUPABASE, and wait, SUPABASE dot from. So if we should follow, oh, mistake. If we should follow, then we should simply insert the record. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert follower ID. Let me just write on this. And our follower ID will be our user ID, user.id. So I'm also going to insert our following ID. Okay, following ID, and this our following ID will take a toggle. We should call it target ID, not toggle. Let's call it target ID. Okay, so now you can just simply let us destruction error, because that is the only thing we need. So if there's an error, we're going to have to, and let us name this error. So I'm just going to say name it should should follow error. Okay, so we're just going to say if should follow error, then return error. Then I'll say should follow error dot message. Okay, now I'm just now going to say if else. Let's just do destruction this. I'm also going to destruction error from that. So I'm going to say SUPABASE. No, that is if we're not following. Okay, then you see SUPABASE dot from. I'm going to be getting it from follows. It's not follows, follow. Okay, dot from. No, I'm going to actually be deleting. So dot equal now. You are going to have to say follower ID. Follower ID should be equal to user ID, and again you can then say following ID should be equal to our target ID, and in this case you can just through the if there's an error, if there's, let me just say, error, let's say no follow error. So I'll just say if no follow error, then I will just say error is should be no follow error dot message. Okay, so then we're just going to revalidate the path. Okay, so what we're going to now do is, let me just say okay, slash app slash our profile slash, let's just say the target ID. I'm going to be getting this target ID from our server, our parent component, our server parent component. Okay, so that's that. Now let us just account for the catch. We can just come here and say return, so that we just return to both success and error. So return success true. Okay, so what we're now going to now see here is return our error. Now this error should be error dot message. Okay, I think that's that. Now let's come down to our server page. So we're going to just come down here. Our server page is in our app directory. Then go to profile, then page. So let me just remove this. Now I'm going to simply say because I'm going to be getting our params from here. In fact, this profile we need to put it in an ID. So what I'll just say is put we need to use dynamic route. So I will say our new folder, then ID. So I'm going to just put our page.txt here. Move. Okay, I think that is done. So update import. Yes, I still have error of import, but I'm not sure though. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually get the params. So the params, so our params, let me just say props. Now we are going to have to give the props. Yeah, so I'm going to say type of props. No, okay, so I'm only going to say params. Our params will be promise because this is the new way to get params. So in server components, so I'm going to say ID of string, and since our ID is string, let's just come here. Now I'm going to have to use this ID. So then we have, because I'm going to be using SUPABASE here, so I have to put a thing there. So const SUPABASE equals our weight create client, and let's import our create client from server, because I using, so of course it should be from the server, because the server component. So what I'm going to do is const, now we're going to say ID. Okay, then equals our weight. We're destructuring our ID from our params. So what I'm going to do now, our weight params. Okay, so I'm going to utilize this ID. So I'm going to just say, let's first get our data, our user I mean. So it's going to be our weight SUPABASE dot auth dot get user. So let me just name this current user. Okay, now we need to now get our profile data, our post, our recent post, our follower count, and for us to do all these things at once, we need to use promise.all. And this one I'm using promise.all is to get everything like in a parallel, just fetch everything parallel in a parallel way. So parallel processing. So let's just say const. I'm going to just say let me give the name of profile res, post res, follow, let me say follower, follower response res, and also give it following in res. And all this data we're going to be getting, will be passing it through the component to the client component as the child component. So let me say is following res. So say I'll wait. Okay, promise dot all. Now we're going to simply say taking this now. We'll start by saying SUPABASE dot from this one we're doing now is for the profile. So we're going to be getting the information from the profiles table. So I'm going to say dot select. Now I'm going to be selecting everything dot equal ID. Okay, so this ID should be equals to our params ID, and I'm going to just take one because it should be one. Okay, so this will be for profile res, and let's do the one for post res. So the times I have to get from our post. So dot now, so I'm going to say select. I'm going to be selecting everything. Okay, and we're going to now say dot equal the author ID. If the author ID is the if the author ID is the ID gotten from the user, so gotten from our params. Okay, so I'm going to say dot order created at, and we're going to just give it like an ascending or false because we want it to be descending. Okay, so I've done the one for Postgres. I think there's a kind of an error here. Okay, no, it's comma. Okay, so I need to put comma here. So SUPABASE. Now we're going to do the one for follow arrays. So it will be SUPABASE dot from. Now we're going to be getting this from our follows. Okay, all this info from our follows dot, then we're going to say select. Okay, after we're going to select everything, and we're going to we have to take the count. Now this count should be exact and edge should be true. Exact and edge should be true. So we're going to be taking filtering it. And we're going to say the following ID should be the same as the ID from the params. Okay, then let's do the one for following res, and we're going to just simply say yes, for following res, yes, for SUPABASE dot from. Now we're going to say follow. I think it's follow, not follows. Sorry. Okay, dot select. Now this we're going to be selecting everything, but the filtering will be different. So let's just say, let's just do this. Okay, so I'm going to say dot equal. Now we're going to be saying equal our follower ID should be the same as our ID from the params. Okay, now we're going to take the last one, which is this following res, and this is following res is going to be like knowing whether the user is, well, if we are following them or not. So the current user. Okay, if current user, then SUPABASE dot from. So follows dot select. Okay, so we're going to be saying equal, then follower, for the follower ID should be equal to current user dot ID. Or we can just continue. We'll have to continue by saying the following ID should be equal to the params ID. You can just take it. I want to take the close one. So then I'm going to say else. I'm going to resolve this promise, and I'm going to say data should be null. Okay, so if, let me see what we got here. Sorry, user current user. Okay, so now we're going to say if what I can do, if there is no profile res, that is no profile response your data, then we should just return not found. That means we should redirect to not found page. Okay. The next thing we're going to now do is passing all this data into our the child component, which will be client component. So what we're going to now do is let's come down here to components folder and let's create our profile. Let's just create profile. Let's say let us call it profile page. I'll call it profile view css. So export default function. So let me just say div hello. So let me just come here and let me just say how to replace this with profile view. So I'm gonna just say initial profile. Then our initial profile will be profile res dot data and initial post. Our initial post will be profile res. In fact, sorry, post res dot data. Okay, or if that is if we don't have any data, we just make it empty. Okay. Initial profile. Okay, so let's take our stats and we're going to simply say followers. Maybe followers dot. Now I want to say count or 0 and following people are following. I'm going to say followers. No, following. So following. Just say following is dot count or 0. So I'm going to say post count. Our post count is post res. Okay, dot data dot length. Okay, so we have to just say this following res. Okay, and our current user will be our current user. So the thing is, nature does not exist on. Okay, so let's just come down here and we have to import all this. So first we have our initial profile. Okay, we also have the initial post and we also have the stats is following current user. Okay, so you can actually give it a type of any or just add, let's just add props to it. So let me just call it profile view props. Okay. Okay, so our profile view props, I'm gonna just say type profile view props. That's it. And I'm gonna say initial profile sharp initial profile initial post and okay, and we can just give our stats. Since our stats has an object, I'm going to say followers number. Okay, I'm going to say following also number, and also for the post count, let me see, I'm going to give it number. Okay, I think those are the ones we have. Post count, and next thing is following. Following no, it is following. Is following will be boolean, and we are going to give the current user any. Let's do it as any. Okay, so we're now going to name just okay. Now we need to name just add our logic first. First, we're going to actually need, let me say, local following as local following. Okay, so let me say local is following. So set local is following. So use state, and it's going to be is following. Okay, and I'm going to say local followers. Okay, let's give it set local followers and use state. So use state start dot followers. Okay, and now we're going to say to know if it's me, if I'm the one. Now say current user. I'm going to get the ID of my current user, which is me. If it is equal to the initial profile dot ID, then it's me. So now let's just use our let us create a mutation. Now this mutation will be for the toggle follow. So let's just quickly say const. I'm going to actually be destructuring some, like you are going to be destructuring mutate from this. So use mutation from React query. Okay, and I'm going to say mutation function async and for this. Now I have to say const new status equals local is following. Okay, so const results equals await toggle follow. Now toggle follow is going to be taking the initial profile ID as the target ID, and it's going to also be taking the boolean. So new status, which is local is following. Okay, false. Now the if results dot error, then I'll just return true error. Let me see toast dot error. I need to import toast dot error. No, let us put the error. Let me see results dot error dot nothing. Let's leave it at that. Okay, so I'm going to have to return else return new status. Okay, so on mutate on mutate we're going to be taking this give this local is following, and I'm going to say set local is following previous states. Okay, now we need to set local followers. So I'm going to say use this. I'm going to set to false. Okay, so we can easily toggle it. So if there's no previous state, then previous plus one, else previous minus one. Okay, then we're going to have to return previous state. So now we need to take on error. Now this one will be taking the error arguments new to do and the context. So let's just call this n. Okay. Now I'm going to set local. Let's say set local is following. I'm going to set local is following context dot previous state, and set local followers. That's if there's error. We'll be setting all these. So I'm going to say previous. So context dot, I made mistake here. So if context dot previous state, say state, that will be previous plus one, else previous minus one. Okay, so post dot error will say action failed. Okay, so let me give one for success, and we're going to just say is now following, or let me say it's following. It's following. Then we're going to actually use like I'm going to use conditional statement here. So if it's following, then you are following, you are now following, then we can now put the username. So for us to do that, let me turn this to backtick. So you can now say initial profile or username, else we're just going to say undefined, or not okay, or not following. Okay, so well, since error have accounted for that. Okay, so let's then come out to our UI. Our UI, we're going to see div. Let me just start the header and say div. Let me add that one. First, let me just start with adding this parent div, and I'll say minimum height screen, and I'll say background black. Let's say text white, and at the bottom of 20. Now let's just give this header div, the parent div of the header, and I'll say maximum width for Excel, maximum width for Excel, MX auto to centralize it, and adding top of 12, adding horizontal of 6. And for this, let's just give this styling of class name flex code, and I'm going to say md flex row. Okay, so I'm going to give it a gap of 8, item center, and in medium size it should be item starts. Okay, so now we need to give this under this div will be the one holding the image, the avatar image. So what I'm going to say is, let me say class name. I want to give it a relative, and I'm going to say width. Let me just say size of 32, and give it medium width of 40 and height of 40. Let me say size of 40. Okay, and I'll make it fully rounded. Okay, so and I'll say border of 4, and give it a border emerald. Let me say border emerald of 500. This background black, we might not need to put this. Let me just run this and see what we got. So let me just come down here, and I'm going to just take our image from next image, and this source will be, let me say, initial profile dot, I'm going to say avatar URL, or you can just say default avatar png. I just put it in public. Okay, let me let me just let me just say let me just wait as this empty. I might get an error. Wait, and let's just give it like 500, and give the height of 500 fill. The class name should be objects cover. Okay, you need to put alt, because that is very important. Avatar. Okay, so I think that's that. Now yeah, just come down here, and let's add our user if here. Let me run this. Page notes. Page not found. Let's go back. See what's up. Seems okay. The reason why showing page not found is because now we need to go to our sidebar component, because we know we have already changed it to app slash profile slash ID. So we need to go back to our sidebar. Come down to layout. Go to source definition. I'm going to say I think they use client. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get user. Okay, trying to see if I can get user here. So when live item is clicked, you want it to go to the href. First, we need to get our user ID. So what I will do is, let's come down to app layout. Okay, and just see our sync. No, no, not sorry. It's supposed to be here. So, oh, this is just client. Crazy. Okay. I need to go to our app layout. I think what this is doing is the app layout. Hmm. Okay. No problem. I'm going to just simply say let's use effects. And I'm going to say first I need to change this to app slash profile slash ID. So let's come down to href app slash that's for the profile slash profile slash then I need to put this backtick. Let me call it user ID. Okay, so let's come down here. Use effects. Okay, then I will just say it's like await SUPABASE. No, SUPABASE equals await create client. Mm, okay, so I say const. I'm going to be destructuring the user from SUPABASE dot hot dot get user. Okay, I'm going to just say data user. Okay, then I can just put it as let me see user dot user. Let me just say this. Okay, let's go as current user. I will say current user. Let me just create a state for this. Let's create a state for this. Set current user. I'm going to say use state. Okay. So what I'll just do is Okay. Then I'll come down here and say, let me just leave it as user. I'll say set current user as user.id. Okay. String. Okay. So if there's zero, return return. So I'll just simply put this as so let's go back and see how it goes. Supposed to be current user, not this. So let's come down here. This current. Let me remove this. Oh, this is mobile. This is mobile. Let me try it on desktop. So profile is getting it. I'm importing a component that needs view state. Oh, I didn't start view state. Can you import your state? Oh, I imported it. Oh, from profile view. So I need to import it. I thought I imported it. Yes, for okay. Use clients. See, wait, only one should be used. Oh, okay. Let's come down here. Okay, makes sense. Let's try putting background black and see how it goes. No, different already. So let me see how. Let's do it as that. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so we need to actually do this also in. So let's come down here. We need to let me just copy this. I need to come down to mobile now, so the effects can be changed. The effects cannot show be showing on the navbar. So what I'm going to do is okay, first import effect, use effects, then use states. Think I need to call get user. Okay, create client. I want to call it from client. What's error? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I didn't even put a dependency. So let me just say current user. Let me come here and add a dependency of current user. Okay. So I think you can now say change this. So I'm gonna just say current user. Okay. And current user. Change this to backtick. Okay. So if you come down to activities, okay, run your post. So come down here, okay. So let's just come down back to, let's go back to, and close this. Explore page, not sidebar, no this, profile view. Okay. Now let's continue. Here we're going to be showing our user info. So I'm going to just say div, and inside this div, we're going to take our h1, and this h1 will be showing the initial profile dot username. So let me just give it like a styling. I'll just say class name flex of one, and let me say test center. Okay, and give the medium size text left, and space y of 5. Okay, so now let's just come down here and give this style class name flex, give it a flex of code, close this, a flex of code, and flex row, then I'm going to say gap of 5. So you're going to justify center, and our md will justify start. Okay, so let's view this. Okay, so now I want to just say if is me, if I'm the one, then I want to show this button. I want to show the edit profile button. Okay, and this edit profile, I'll just say edit profile, and let me just give it the styling of last name. I will say axis. Okay, give it py of 2 and rounded full. Okay, background to be zinc 800. Else let us add a button tag. And just make this emerald. Okay. So on this button will be follow. Okay, so here we're going to just simply say let me see. Okay, I'll just say class name. So yeah, I'm going to add a condition. So I'll just say px of 8. So px of 8, padding horizontal of 2, and give it a rounded full, and let's make the text small. Then font should be semi bold. Okay, so I'm going to transition all and give it a duration of 300. Okay, so now I'm going to now give this condition and see local is following. If local is following, so I want it to be background transparent, border and the borders will be border emerald of 700. So the text should be emerald of 400, and when we over it should be text red, let me just say 400, and the moving we cause it to be test red. Let me make it border red. So I've already done for test border red of 900. Okay, so else background emerald of 600. Give it a test of white. Test of white, and the over should be okay. Let's say background emerald of 500. Let me make this 800. Let me make this 600. Okay. Let me now see, give it a shadow, and this shadow will be a custom shadow. So we'll see 0 underscore 0 underscore, let me give it 20px underscore RGB. Okay. Now say 16185. Okay. 129 and 0.3. So our over should be, let me just copy this. Okay. So we just need to change this to 0.5. Okay. 0.5. Okay. So now I'm going to say if local is following, then if local is following, then I'm going to say following else I'll just say follow. Now here we can just put the stats. Okay, so now I'm just going to come down here and say stats. If, let me just give this and say give it another div, and I want to put the span. Now this span will be taking the stats dot post count. Okay, and the other span will be taking the post. I'm just going to just put post underneath it, so they will know that yes, the count is, let's say it is 2 posts with 2 here, posts here. So let's just give it a styling of class name. So I'm going to do block. Okay, I'm going to say font bold, and I'm having test to be LG. Okay, test emerald of 400. So let's just say test emerald of 500. So let's just come here and style it. You are going to just give it a class name, flex gap width, justify center, and for the medium I'm going to say justify start. So test sn. Now let's just say class name. The class name will be test center, and I'm going to say md test left. Let's see what we got here. Okay, let's just copy this, put it here. Okay, copy this and put it here. So what I'm now going to do is this one will be following start dot following. So will be start dot followers. Okay. Mm, so let's just come here and let me see. Let me see. Let me make a p tag, and I will say mm, initial profile dot bio. If you don't have it, then no bio. So of course it will be no bio. Last name, and I will just say test emerald. Let me say 300. Maximum width of okay, and I will say mx auto. Make the medium. I'm gonna say mx0 and give it a white space pre-wrap. So let's give it a leading of relaxed. Okay. Okay. So now I'm just going to let me see. Then I will just say I'm going to add a divider. The way I'll put may not need to put post. I just leave it as simple as this. Okay. Let me see. Okay. So I want for the medium, I want this edit profile to be here. So I'll just come down here. Okay. And that's that. So let's assume if we click on this, it should take us to the profile. What I'll just do is I'm going to let's go back to this. I'm going to say I get in here again internet error. So I'm going to come back here. I think we need to go to our postcard and let me go to our avatar. So what I'll just do is let's see what I can do. I can just put this link here. Next link. Okay. So I have to put href and our href will be slash app slash profile slash we have to get the current user ID. So I think that's that. You can also do the same thing for this. So let me just bring this. Okay. So if we come down here, what's going on? Let me see hello. Showing. So what is going on? Go to source definition. Yeah. Oh no. Is there problem somewhere? Also the log. Hello. What's not going on? Let me see. Not showing. So the problem is, I think the problem is here. Okay, so now we should, when we load this, it will take us here. So this current user ID is supposed to be post dot auto or use is user ID. Okay, so I think that should solve that. Yeah. So we got this. Let's just go back to our ID, our profile view. What I will do is, let's see, for this image, let me do this. So I'm just going to create a conditional statement here. If this, else. Let me just see. Okay. Just like the way I did it on postcard. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. Okay. So let me just say test of LG. Let's see how it looks like on mobile. Okay. Let's come down to follow. We don't have anything here. Why is it not showing following? So let's come down to our main field, our profile view, and concerning this following, it's supposed to be showing follow. I think I'm getting error somewhere. First, we need to even yes, the structure mutates. Then we're going to say undo follow. I think now we're going to have to add it here. So button, so I'll say on click. So undo follow. Okay, since we're getting this error because of this, so let's come down here. I'm getting error of following is following on here. Let me just go back to our p.txs. Okay, I think what I made, the mistake I made is here. Let me reload. Exactly. So this is what I'm supposed to see. Now I will come back here and we have to, let me see, let me come down to follow. Okay, so cursor pointer. Okay, so let's click on it. So now following, could not find the table fork. There's an error somewhere. So it follows, not follows, not follow. Let's come down to p.txts and I think this is where the error is. I made this error. Okay, I think I also made this error. You have posts, you have likes, you have notifications, everything else is basically. So let's reload. You're not seeing that outline. So let's just come back here and let's reload again. Okay. Cannot find public.follow. Still showing the same error when I've added. Let's see where the error is. Let's save this. Let's come down to profile view. So I'll mutate. This is where the error might be. Okay. Now to go to, so yeah, this is where the error is. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Okay. So I think let's solve that. Let's follow again. I think I'm seeing post successful here. Let's reload. Let me reload this. I'm getting an error. Okay. Let me follow. Supposed to be seeing a message here. Following. Let me expand this. Let me see my analysis. I think it's supposed to. There's supposed to be a problem. So what I'm going to just do is, let me just delete this first. Let me just delete this first. And let me reload. So go back. I will just come here. Let me make this. Let me just make it simple. So I'll just say undo follow. Okay. So I'm going to need, you might need async. Okay. For sure we need async because I'm going to be taking using the server action. So I'm going to see if let me say it's owner, then I'm going to just return. No, this is owner. Let me see it's me. Okay. So now I'm going to just say const new status. Then we're now going to say not following. Okay. Not is following. Okay. Then we're going to set, let me see, local is following to new status. Okay. So set, trying to say something. So I'll say set local followers. So now I'm going to say this will be the optimistic update. Brief, let me say brief, then if new status, if there's new status, then we add it. If you add one to the followers, else you just move on, and now we need to just use start transition. Okay, so I want to start transition before. Well, this start transition is actually, I think they just brought it in React 19. So it's actually good. So const results, wait. Now I'm going to do the instruction name first. Toggle follow. Okay. I'm getting, I thought it's toggle follow. Let me see. Yep. What am I getting is, maybe I've not destructured it here. Okay. Well, let me see what I'm getting. Okay, because I've not added the parameters. So what I'm going to say is, it will be initial profile dot id, comma, the target id will now be the new status. New status. Okay. I'm going to save. There is, like error, then we need to actually revert this change. So I'm going to say set, let me say set local following, and I'm going to say false. Okay. I'm going to set the follower count, the local followers count. So I'm going to set it to, let me say, give new status. So prev -1, else prev +1. So I'll just say toast dot error. So I'll just put the error message. Think else. I just say toast dot success. Just say new if new status, then following else or followed. So next you know this and follow. Having an issue. Okay. It's not running with it. So let's see what we're having. I think the error is from internet connection and followed, so it became 0. Follow. Yes, here. I know the structural property of error of intermediate value. Okay. Let's come down here. I think I returned the error here. Let me see what I have here. Reload. Let me just reload this. Trying to figure out the error. Follow. It's just keep coming up. Okay. What I will do is simple. I think let me just add the results. Let me just use results. So first, before I will do all this, let me first see the results. Yeah, clear this terminal. There is 3 followers. There. There's 0 some actually. So what I'll do is follow. I'm not getting anything from here. This also is true. Okay, so let me just say do this. Here results dot error or no results dot success. Okay, so I'm just going to say result.error. So let's remove this and let's following. One is supposed to be added. Let's confirm. Okay. Hmm. I'm following. If I decide to follow that is unfollowed, exactly. But if I reload, I think I'm seeing different things. Okay, there's no difference. Let's reload here. Okay, good. So if I follow, I should see one immediately. What I'll do is as followers. Okay. See utility profile. So I'm following one person. Okay. No signal yet. Signal. Okay. So explore. Okay. Yes. Okay. So think you come back here. You see one followers. But I wanted to show fast. What I'll just do is okay. Okay, what I'll do is for these local followers, I will need to put the local followers. let me say is edit open. I'm going to set is edit open. Then we have to set it to false. Okay, that's the boolean type. The boolean type. So now we can just come down to, let me see. If I'm trying putting it somewhere here. So I'm not saying something like animate presence. Okay, and animate presence will be taking the div, and this div, let me see, this div another div. Let's first start this div first before the parent div. I'm going to just make this fixed. So I'm going to make it fixed, give it an inset of 0 and background black over 80. Okay, give it a backdrop. Let's make it backdrop blue of SN. Okay, then the date of 50. So what we're going to now do is, let's try this also. Let me see, class name fixed top 1/2, and let's give it left 1/2, and let's say top should be 1/2. Okay, that is trying to keep it to the center and translate. I'm going to use translate x 1/2. Okay, minus translate y 1/2. So we're going to give it a width of full, and let's say maximum width of MD, background zinc 950, and give it a border emerald of 900/40. Okay, I'll go further by giving it adding 1 round of 6, and let us make it rounded. Let's say 2xl, and z should be 50 also. Okay, let me know this. Okay, so what I'm now going to down do is div, the div now will be taking the heading. This heading will be, let me say, edit profile, and I'm going to say button. The button should be, let me say, let's give it, the button will be x. Okay, let's just give it like class name test emerald, and this test emerald should be 500 test white. Okay, so for each two I'm going to just say class name of text xl, font should be bold, and text should be white. Then I'll just give it a class name. The class name should be flex items center, let's say justify between, and let me say MB of 6. Okay, now let us add our form. Okay, so our form, I want to just say div, so I'm going to just say test area. The test area, you cannot say, give it, the name should be barrel. Okay, and let me see, give it a default value, and the default value should be initial profile dot bio, or you can just give it. Okay, so let me just style this. I'm going to just say okay, we might not even need this. I don't need this. Let me add label to this, because we need the label, and this label is not mostly takes HTML4. Okay, so let's give it a class name of block, and I'm going to say text XS and give it like a font bold. Let me say bold. And the text emerald should be 500. Now it will be uppercase and our margin button will be 2. So let me just do this. Okay, so margin bottom of 2. Then let us give it bio. Okay, so I think we're having an error here for 28. That is, instead of comma we put. Let's come down to what we're doing. Okay, so trying to figure out what we can add next. Now the next one we even add is we can add another div. That will just be for file. Then we can put our avatar URL. Okay, so our label will be, let me name it avatar URL. Avatar. And let me just give this like, this one will be a file. So input type of file. Okay, and the input of file should take only an image. So I'll just say asset, let me say image slash everything. Then I can just style it. Then I can give the styling of, let me say block. Then I will say width full. Then text should be SN, and our text should be zinc. Let me say emerald of 400, and our fine should be margin right of 4. Fine should be margin down vertical of 2, and fine should be padding horizontal of 4. Okay, let us give it a fine should be border. Let me see border. Let me see border 0. Let me see border. Then let me now go forward and say file should be text sm, and our file should be font semi-bold. Let's give the file a background color of emerald 900, and also you can now say file should be let's make the text emerald of 100 and give it an overing of file. Let's say file background emerald of 800. We'll give it cursor pointer. Okay. Cancel. If you click on this, you bring that up. Okay. Now we need to now give the for our label. Let's just give it some styling. Maybe you'll say class name, and of course the block should be just text XS, and let us say font bold, just like the other one. And I'm just going to say test should be emerald of 500. Okay, and you can also say MB2 uppercase. So okay, I'm trying to figure out something for this class name. We need to already give this a class name. So let's just come down here and give this, let me say button, and our button we're going to say save changes. Now this button is going to take, let me say type of course submit. You don't need to put it actually, but let's just say class name. Our class name will be let's just say width should be 4, background emerald of 600, and you can just even move over it. The background should be emerald of like 500. Okay, and let's just say text should be white, and let's make it font bold. Okay, and padding y of 3. You can then make it rounded XL. Okay, let me just give the transition first of all. transition. Let's just say empty for to bring it down. Okay, so we can just give it a shadow, constant shadow. We can also say 0. Let's put this 0 underscore 0 underscore 20px underscore RGB. Okay, and I'm going to say 16.185 2129 and let's say 0 point, and let me give it a cursor pointer. Now this test area for, let me just come down here and start the test area, and I'm going to say class name, give it a width full, background emerald of 900, and I'm going to say border, and let's make the border emerald 800. Okay, now let's make it rounded LG and padding of 3. Let me give it a test of white, and upon focus you can just say outline none, and upon focus you can give it, let's say, border emerald for 500. Okay, then we can see transition colors. Okay, and minimum height of 100px. Okay, so now anytime you click on this, it should become false. So let's just come down to, so our button, when we unclick, then you get, okay, you say set is edit open, and you get, you say false. So let me just make this like, for this button, let me give it like, let me just say class name, also monitor. So when you click on this, it should become false. So now that means we need to now put all this animate present. So I'm going to say if, so I'm going to say if is edit open, then this. Okay, so what we can now do is maybe we can just give it like, let me give this motion.div inside this divs. So I have to import it, motion. Okay, so coming down here, I will now say initial. Our initial should be opacity of 0. Okay, when we animate it, let's just give it, we're going to give it an opacity of 1, and when we exit, we should give it like an opacity of 0. Okay, you can then go forward and say, let's just style this one also. Let's give him animate this as emotion dot. So I'm just going to also say, so for this we're going to just say initial opacity of 0, then give it a scale of 0.9, and we're going to just give it, for y should be 20, and on animate. So when we're animating, when this is animated, then you see opacity of 1. Okay, the scale should be 1. We're returning everything to normal. Y should be 0. So if it's exiting, then the same thing, those are almost as in as initial. So I'm going to just say opacity 0, and I'm going to give it a scale of 0.9, and I'm going to say y to be 20. So anytime we click on edit profile, let's come down, let me close this, let's come down here to this. Anytime we click on the button of edit profile, we should set it, we should set is edit open to true. So let's make this cursor pointer. Okay, so let's bring this out just fine. So everything is working. You can even just come down to our resize node, our resize our text area, and give it a style of resize node to remove this. So let me just see what I can do. Okay, so resize node. So let's remove that. Close this. Now we need to add our logic. Now for us to do that, we need to simply go to our index of things. So to add our logic for this, let's just come down here first and let me expand this, and let's see what we get in our profiles. We have the bio, we have username, we have updated that, we have, we don't have bio, let's just create bio. Okay, then what I will do is give it a name of bio, and the type should be text, that is string. I think that's all. So with that, we should just come down here. Then let me even go back to our profile view. So anytime there's no bio, let's just say member of social emerald. Okay, so let me just come down here, and now let's start our, let's say, export async function. Okay, then we're going to say update profile. Okay, so you are going to be taking the form data, which is a type of form data. So I'm not going to say response SUPABASE equals await create clients. Okay, now since we have instantiated our SUPABASE, we can then say const. So I want to instruction our user from get user. So I'll await SUPABASE dot auth dot get user. So let's just destruction our user from this. So for us to do that, say data destruction user from data. Now we can easily get our ID from the user. So if there's no user, basically that means you will say error not authorized. So basically we'll just say error unauthorized. Okay, so let me just now say let's get our bio. Okay, our bio we're going to say form data dot get, and the name of our attribute is bio I mean. Okay, so I'm going to say our string because it's going to be a string. Okay, then we're going to get our avatar. So I think let's say avatar URL, our avatar file. Let's come down here and see the name we give it. We gave it, I mean. So let's just see the name I gave this file. I didn't give it any name. Okay, so what I'll just give it is name of avatar. So I'll just come down here. Say const avatar file equals, let's say form data dot get. So I'm not going to say avatar as this will be a type of file. Okay, so now let's create a try class. So we're just simply going to say const updates. Okay, let me give it no. Okay, I'm now going to say bio and updated as. Okay, now this updated as maybe new date dot so iso string or yeah, just use as that. And we're going to be using no, we're going to be using this update. We're going to be inserting it in our profiles table. So what we're going to now do is we need to undo the image upload. So now let us say if avatar file, okay, or and let's say if there's avatar file and the avatar file is the size is greater than 0, that means surely there's a file. Then we will go ahead and say if let me see, if there is no avatar file dot type starts with now this just to ensure that it's only image that is entering. So return, I'm going to just return error. I'm going to just say our error will be like file must be an image. Okay. Now we're now going to say const file path. Now we need to give this thing a file path, and we need to say let me say public. Then now we might need to create a bucket. So let's say user.id. I'm going to give it backslash, no, front slash. I'm going to say date dot now. Okay. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure error from uploading. So I'm going to just simply say await SUPABASE dot. Now this one will be a bucket. So it will be storage dot from. Now we need to create a bucket of avatar. Okay. Then we're going to say avatar. Let's just create avatars. I'm going to say upload. I'm going to upload the file path now created, and now this file path you also have in this upload you also have avatar file. Then we can say obsat. Let me put it here. Obsat should be true. So in case it is the same, just replace it. Okay. So I'm going to say if there is. Now let us name this. Let us give it upload error. So if there is upload error, then you can say return error to be upload error dot message. Okay. So now let us get the public URL because that's what we need to insert in our profiles table. So I'm going to say const first say await SUPABASE dot, since we're dealing with storage, it will be storage dot, or I'm going to get it from our bucket, avatars bucket. Then we're going to say get public URL, and our public URL we will get it using the file path. Okay, so it's very simple. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to say data, so the structure public URL from this, and now I'm going to use this public URL. I'm going to use this public URL with update dot. Now I'm going to say update dot avatar URL that is equals public URL. Okay, so we're getting this. There's no this non-type. So what I'm going to just put is I'm going to say saying that should sort that out. Okay. Okay. So what else can we do? Now we now do need to go ahead and insert. Okay. So what I'm going to now do is let me say let me now say const await SUPABASE dot. Now we need to say dot from. I need to get it from our profiles table. Then insert into our profiles table. Then I'm going to say insert. We're not going to insert. We're just going to simply update. Okay. And what are we going to update? Our update. So now we're going to now say equal because we need to know the user that is updating. So user.id. So I think that's that. And what we can now do now is I'm going to say let me destructure the error in case there's an error. So I'm going to let me just call it db error. And I'm going to say if there is db error, okay, then return I'm going to say error equal and that is db error.message. And we can then go ahead and revalidate part. And what part are we validating? Our app slash profile slash dollar dollar sign user.id. Okay, then you can go ahead and return success true. Okay, so now let's catch our error and I'm going to just say return error error dot message. So let's just give it a type of menu. So let me see. I will say our import here. They don't need this. Okay. It occurred to me that if we follow, we need to also give notification. So what we're going to now do is in our if should follow, you can just go ahead and also insert it into our notification table. So what we're going to now do is we'll say await SUPABASE dot. So we're going to say let's bring this up. Let's bring this up. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let's go back to where I'm coming from. This. So I'm away SUPABASE from. I will need to go into our notifications table. Then we show notifications profiles. Okay. So we need to insert. Now we need to see recipient ID. Now recipient ID will be the target ID, and I'm going to say actor ID will be the user.id. Okay, and our type will be follow. Okay, the read you don't need to actually use this. The read should be false. What am I doing? Okay, so now we're just going to see. I'm going to create our bucket for avatars. So let's just come in. Let's come to storage. We already have one bucket. Let's create another bucket. Let's call it avatars. Let's call it public bucket. Let's files. Let's create. I think that should be that. I'm waiting for it to see a success. To see success toast from SUPABASE. Okay. So let's just go back. Fail to load this. Okay. What's going on? Reload. So we need to have instantiate that is our logic into our profile view. So what I'm going to do is, so what I'm going to now do is go down to our profile view. And what I'm now going to do is very simple. This, let me just copy this. I'll just copy this and do this. What I'll actually do is I'll say undo edit profile. Now I'll just remove all this. So start, okay. Then I will now say, so instead of this, I'm going to just say, what name do we give it? We gave it update profile, update profile. Okay, form data. Now we need to see form data. No. First, we need to first we need to get our bio and avatar. So bio equals form data now. Okay. So first, I'm going to do say don't give the type of any once. I'm going to say const form data equals new form data. I'm going to say it was current. So current targets. So we're going to say form data. Okay. Dot get. Okay. I'm going to get the bio and our avatar file. I'm going to say avatar. So for this, we're going to say error and success. So if there is error, if there is error here, the toast error should show. And remove this. And if there is success, the success message. So I just say something like successfully updated. Okay. So I won't forget to add redos prevents defaults. If you want to actually do this, then if you want to use it like you do it like this, then we have to come down to our index.js and let me see, we're going to just put bio and an avatar file. So for us, we're just going to append it. Let me just say, let me say bio avatar file. So I just give it like string and create this one of file. Or I just say something like so this one will be like bio string, sorry, bio of string and avatar file. Possibly this one I'm getting it because of this. So bio string avatar file. So that means if you come down here, I'm going to just be putting our bio and avatar file. I think that settles that. Then we need to put it as file. Nope. And put this as string. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Let's edit profile. Let me see. I don't need to choose any for the meantime. Let me see what to do. I'm supposed to be seeing a new be working. Let me put this. No. Let's come down to this. Table editor. First, we need to confirm if this is working. So let me just say butterfly. Okay. Instead of doing this, so let me check the analyst policy. Insert, select, insert, update. That's what I want. It's not supposed to be read. Let me expand. Let me just use all. So let me just take authenticated and I'll just come here and say true. Add true. Then I'll save policy. Okay. So let me see what's on there. So I haven't put this Android this profile. I haven't added it to our form. So to be on submit, then I'll say undo edit profile. Okay, so let me just do this. I'll just really take, I'll say let's get this started. Oh, sorry, I mistakenly pressed Ctrl S. Save. I'm supposed to put a loader here. So I'm supposed to set his mode out to false immediately. So okay, it should this immediately because it validated the path. So let me just come down here and what I wanna do is if if it has gone, so I'll just set is edit open to false. That is in case of next time. And what else can I do? In our bucket, we need to even add our bucket policy. I don't think I added it. So let me come down to our bucket storage avatar. Let me see. While it's loading up, just let us see if I can do any other thing here. Okay, I said I'm going to add a loader, so in case it is pending. So let me see. Save changes. I'm going to go to save changes. So if it's pending, this is pending is coming from wait. Okay, I'm using start translation directly. That's crazy. Okay, what I'll do is instead I will instead use a spending, then I'll say start transition. Okay, then I'll take it from use transition. I think there's no error. So if it's pending, then it should show the loader component, loader icon. Let me give it a size of, let me just leave it. Okay, and else is into this. So edit profile. Okay, working on things. Let's see how it goes. This is supposed to be centered. Working on things. That's nice. So let me just say. So we give it flex item center justify center. So edit profile. Exactly. So I haven't had the class name. Our class needs to be animate screen. I want this background emerald to be darker. So let me just use another thing and say get coding started. Okay, so I'll choose final. Let me just choose next.js and save changes and see what we're going to get. New rule violates. I haven't had policy to this, and that's why I'm getting this error. And what if I get this error? I shouldn't it shouldn't show successful. So let me go back to index.js. So let me just say if there is upload error, return error, okay, else. Um, if there is upload error, return error, else. Do this. Okay, so what I'll just do is bring this up. Okay, I think that's all done. I think that's all done. So what I'll now do now is come back to this bucket. I'll need to set our policy. It's very important. So policies, I'm clicking on it and it's not responding. Okay, so let me just say new policies. Let me say get started. Let me put this new policy for full customization. I was thinking I'll be able to take all. So insert, update, delete, all. So I think review. Okay, so save policy. I'm waiting for it to show success. Okay, let's just go back and try what we did again. And let me choose file. I will choose this next.js. Yes, it's supposed to be valid exactly. This is crazy, actually, it's crazy. So this, let me come down to our profile view and let me see what we got in our image. In our image, we're going to say, in our edit profile of the image, rounded full, size 32. Okay, it's not really fitting. Okay, so let me just return it back. Or let me just say a fresh emerald member. Okay, and let me choose fine, and I'm going to just let me even try Prisma and click save changes. Exactly, so it evaluated the path immediately. Okay, so we're done with this, and this, let me see, we've done this. Okay, we've done this. For all this, I'll need to come back to the main feed, that's the postcard, and actually do the same thing I did. I'll say it says size 30 rounded full, so everything should work out well. Yeah, makes sense like this. So if I just decide to unfollow this guy, if I decide to unfollow, 0 unfollowed, that nice. Okay, so let's just come down here. So I'm not following anybody. Okay, then we can come back here and follow again. So let me just say follow. I'm following him now. So if I come down here, I should see one following. Okay, so that's that. Okay, let me try to calculate post and do other things. Okay, so let me just try to um, create another account, incognito. So I'll just say local 3000. Then I'll just say create account here. So let me just say some, let me say Coelho at gmail.com. Okay, so just create accounts. So account is created. I need to sign in. So I'll just say Colo. I think I'll need Colo at gmail.com. I have to put the password. Sign in. So I'm getting into this. Yeah. Okay, so I will just create a post. So Colo is going to create a post. Let me say my first post as an Emerald member. Okay, post. You can add image if you want to add. Okay, but context to the ecosystem, you see it here. So Coelho has done this. Then profile, then you see Coelho here. He has one post, 0 followers, 0 following. Okay, let me see if you come here and follow somebody. Let's say it's coming here now and he's following some AI there. So let's say I need to also fix this. I need to fix this. That is on desktop. Oh, okay. So I think on desktop, sorry, on desktop that is MD. It should be something like size 48. Not sure. 52. Oh, but I just still say size fit. Let's reload. Let me come down here. Profile. This is also the same thing on desktop. So what is going on? No, this profile. I'm making a mistake. My bad. Okay, this is on the profile page. Now you come to the profile view and the size fit. You kind of work. Let me reload. Still the same thing. Let me size fit. Okay, so let me just say 48. Then 44. Same, no difference. 40. Okay. 36. Let me put 36. I have to put 38. I'm not sure if 38 will work. Okay, it worked. Yeah. So it should show the effect on this one should be showing follow because in Coelho, this incognito Coelho account. Okay, so let me follow. Now it has 2 followers. Okay, now if I come down here, so profile, I'm following one person, but nobody is following you. Okay, so let me see if I decide to let me come down here and let me go to okay this let me go to activity. Coelho does what follows you, so it shows this. Okay, if I come down to this and I decide to follow Coelho, let me see. Okay, I decide to follow or like, name this like his post. That means that you see the like notification in Coelho's notification activity. That is in Coelho's activity. I show that here to Sam YYDF like this post and let me also follow Coelho. So to also see more followers. Okay, so one follower. Okay, so I'm following one person. Now let me go to Coelho's account and let's go to activities. And then we should see follows you and also like my post. I mean why Dave does that. Now I did that so if I come down to my profile, I should be seeing this. And if I decide to, as you see one followers and from Sam AYD, and if I decide to edit profile, then I can say let me make this kind of a little bit white and lighter as the text area. So let me just say background should be something like 200. Well, let me even give it background should be transparent. It's not giving me what I want to get. That's it. So let me just I can just change my profile since I don't have an avatar image. So let me just say let me first change my bio to let me use can I use is there possible for me to use Vassel? Save changes and as you see the change yeah so Vassel going on this. I'm gonna see if I come down to this it should no more be showing me this. Then reload this you no more be showing me this but this that's that and I think we done. So let's log out. For this logout I want to also show an animate that is animate spin. So let's just come down to sidebar. So our sidebar okay let's see what we got in our sidebar. Our sidebar is you know, okay this is our sidebar. So I'm going to just for our sign out I think our sign out should be somewhere here. So his loading should be true and if his loading is true if his loading is true then that's simple. Then I'll just say if his loading is true okay his loading is true then then loader 2 and I'll say class name animate spin. Okay let me just copy this. So I'm just going to call this I need to bring this down. So basically let's see what we got. I want to say this is loading because I want to understand this is loading. So this is loading is okay okay it's specifically for this. Okay so let's come down to mobile nav. So for our mobile nav you don't have it on mobile now so you have it in profile view. So what I'll just do is for the logout let's see what we get now logout icon. So sign out I will just come here and I will look for let me also use is loading first is loading set is loading okay then I will set this loading to false by default as usual. Nice simple. So I will just say set is loading to true, and at the end set is loading to false. Oh, I just put it here. So if I click logout sharp, I want it to be centered. So what I will now do is when I go to logout for this is on top here. So what I will now do is, let me see. This one is not for the one we did is for desktop do. But let me just, I think this one should be centered because of this MS auto. So sidebar, for it to be centered, let's go down, and now we need to say flex item center, justify center. So that's that. If I try this in my Coilo account, let me see, for my Coilo, let me just log out. It says centered. So let me try, I haven't forgotten the okay, I think it's colo@gmail.com, and password. Welcome back to the jungle sharp. Okay, now this, now that. So I can also even, who created this? Samuel. Just like this is showing Samuel account that we liked it. Okay, so we can just say okay, okay, and just come down profile. Okay, so this is our profile. This one got going on this. So we can just edit profile. We can change the file to maybe new. So we can just, let me use another new. Let me use this. So let me save changes. So we just see the reflect now. Yeah. Okay. So that, let me log out. So I'm going to log out. So immediately log out. That's that. So that is it. And what we're going to do now is, let me see, let me continue with GitHub. This error is crazy. What section is missing? Maybe there's an error somewhere. So let us come down to authentication. And for authentication, we need to go to our sign-in providers. What is going on? Let's go to GitHub and go to some dev because we might need to change the access key and go. So let's come down to GitHub. So let's go to dev. So our settings again. Okay, so we'll come down to our developer settings. So rollout app, I think we use this. Let's edit it. Okay, the application will be callback, I mean, authorization callback. See, everything is the same thing. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Or the full URL to your application. What can be the URL? Revoke all user. Okay, let me delete this. Moderate. Let me see. I don't think I deleted anything. I don't think I deleted anything. So let me just stop here. Everything is the same and everything should be working well. I don't know what's going on. So let me see. Generate a new client. On this, okay. Confirm. Copy. So let me be sure that the error is not coming from here. See. Okay. So let me log out. Let me log in here. Same thing. That means the error is coming from an app itself. Okay, so what I'll do now is come down to, I'm going to have to log out. Okay, so now let me just come here, close this, close this, and now let's come down to our hot callback. When users sign in, that comes this. Okay, in the browser sign in on what I redirect what to what provider authentication endpoint, which then redirect to endpoints. Okay, what I'll just do is I'll say process dot next public URL. Okay, and I think next. Okay. So let's just come back to my. So I'll just say next public URL equals. So I'll just come here. Let's log out. Mm, okay. So let's come down to our root.ts. Let me see. Oh my god. Please. Let's see what we get. So I'm not getting any error yet. So let me just continue. What section missing? There's no section here. There's no section at all. Oh. So let me go back. Okay, so I think our hero, let me see. Let me do this. And for this name, you'll say is national. Okay. So I think if we try it again, I'll get the same error. Let's log out. Continue. I have the same error. Okay. Authorize. Let's log out. Continue. The same thing. I think maybe I've not set the URL configuration. That's why it's behaving like that. Okay. So let's come down here. Add URL. And let me just say this. Okay. So it should be like Let me see. App slash alt. Let me see. Okay. Slash alt slash callback. Slash alt slash callback. Okay, so save URL. So let me try again. Log out. So I think we have this alt slash callback. So let me sign continue from mosquito. This is switch my signal. URLs. What is what happened? Let's just copy this. Portfolio. Let's see here. So for this, we're just going to use this. Okay. Okay. Data.url. Use this redirect. Use the redirect API for. I just do something like copy and come down to index.js. Okay. Then I'll say something like export async GitHub what as export async function GitHub what. Then I'll do this where our SUPABASE is on await create right. So the provider here will be GitHub. I think I'm not missing anything here. Let's import redirect. Progress navigation. Okay. So first we need to console.log our data URL to know if to know our data URL. I'll come back here. Clear this and clear this. Clear this. Clear this. Clear this. So where is this? Page.css. Okay, so for handle without login, it will simply be it will just be await. Let me see. I think I use GitHub votes. GitHub votes. Okay. Let's just come back to index.js. Now for this, we're going to have to replace this with. Let me see. Let me come back here to f. Okay. So I have to replace it with this. So let me remove this and I'll let me just do it. So I will now come back to let me close this what I'm not needing for the meantime. Okay, so basically I will just replace this with let me put it as process.env dot next public URL. Okay, now I'm going to say we're going to go to this callback. So it's going to be slash alt slash callback. Callback. I think this should settle it. Localhost, okay. Slash alt slash callback. Let me just see what it's going to show. Okay, I've expected. So what I'm going to now do is Okay, let's just continue and see if there will be error. And just okay, no error. Good. Okay. So let me just do this. And let me just remove this. Okay. So what I'll now do is come down here and I'll just let me see. So let me log out again and log in again. How is it? Didn't show though. Since we're not going to return anything here, yeah, you can actually leave it like that. Okay. So we can actually leave it like that. And I think that's that. So I've done our notifications, our create posts, So I just create post on any message on any page. So and we've done this. You can actually view our image if you want to view. Let's say we had a post and we want to expand the image. Let me just say checking out. But let me try downloading some image from some high quality image from pixels. So let me just come down here. Let me just close this. Okay, let me just try to import anyone. So I'll just say checking in on you. So then I'll just click on upload. So let me just pick any image that next unit is. Let me use this. So post and sussex. Okay, you're seeing this. So if you want to just expand on this, you can click on it to expand to view more on it. Okay, so let us just view it on desktop. This is how it is on desktop. Okay, and I think that's that. So you have 3 likes for this. You have Sammy why they've created this. Okay, so if I like it, it won't show any notification. So because I am Sammy Wide, so this if I click on this, okay, I'm actually following me. So let me just log out. I think we are done with this project, except if you want to add our metadata. Okay, so if you want to add the metadata, what you can just do is just come down to all the pages, server components. So I'm going to let me just compress all this, the actions, all the stuff we don't need. So let's just come down to page.txs. This page.txs, I want it to be a server component. So what I'll just do is okay, I'll just say let me just create a component. And for the component I'll just say let me just say out slash out page. So I'll just copy this and I'll copy everything from here. Okay, and I'll paste it here. So upon doing that, okay, let me see, let me just close this. Export default function and right page. So I'm just going to say return. Then I'm going to just import our out page. I don't think it's what page you call it. I think it's home. Let me just bring it as call it as home. So and that's that. So everything should be working well. So you can just add our metadata here. You can just say something like, so you can just write something like MC export const metadata. Let me remove this. Okay, metadata. Now we need to import this one from the metadata from next. Okay, so equals this. Now I'm going to have to put the title. So the title you can give this page will be, let me see, social emerald web app. Okay, social emerald web app, and maybe you can just see, you can just give it description of, let me just say social media app for connecting people in the agro field. Okay, okay. So with this, if we should expand on it, you see that the title could have changed, and you can also do it. Go ahead further to change the open graph. So change the image. So I'm going to use open graph image for that. I just come there under this and put open graph and do the title description. Well, if you want to do the open graph image, you have to, there's a file conversion you have to follow to put the image here so that you can show here. You can actually this, what do you call it, change this favicon icon which is in the block, which is in public, I mean. Is it here? Is it not here? Okay, this, so you can just change it with another image and make sure that the image is having favicon icon. So we don't need to do all those things. Let me just come down to the pages, the protected pages that we have. Now we have this. You can just see, so what I can just do here is I can just come here. I just say export, okay, const metadata, okay, and put a type. The type is very important, which is going to be important from next. I'm also going to say dashboard, dashboard. Oh, that is social emerald dashboard, okay. So if we try to continue here, and let's see what we get here. Okay. So you see this, and let's just come down to explore. So I just, let me just copy this. I'll come down to our explore page, and I'll just say, we call this. I'll just say explore social emerald. Okay, so I can come down to notification, like our activity, and I'll just do the same thing, paste this and import this, and I'm not going to say activities social emerald. Okay, and I can come here, come to our profile, and in this case I can just say something like, I can even put the user. I can say that some AYD, let me see, some AYD, what are they calling it, profile, or you can just do it as static. If I was going to put some AYD, that means you have to fetch the data, and for us to fetch data you have to use dynamic. This one I'm using, this is static because we're not fetching any data, so it's static. So you can just make it as simple also as that. So let me just say come down here, and also for this I don't want it to be client, that is okay, this is not client actually, this server. So I just import this. I'm just feeling like using let me use dynamic. So what I'll just do is, anytime I'm using dynamic, we need to say export async function generate. Now I'm going to say generate metadata. Okay, so this metadata, this unique metadata will taking the params, and it's also going to be taking, don't only be taking params. So we can just say params, and I'm going to say metadata. Okay, so now we can say const. Trying to see what I can do. I will actually use props. Props. Okay, let me see this. Okay, so you can then decide to get the user. Let me just copy it from here. So I'll just say something like this. I know win the params. Let me just copy this, and I'll just say this. So that means I will have to instantiate this also. Okay, so our SUPABASE, and what I'm now going to now do is, so I can just say something like return, because we must put this return the title. We'll be taking return title, and the title will be, since it's dynamic, we're going to say user. Let me say something like let me say user dot no, current user, I mean dot, maybe if I can get, trying to get the, I think is in the metadata. Yeah, I think it's in the metadata. I'm going to do that. User metadata dot, I think it's username. Okay, so username profile page. So I think we can open it like this. So if you see it, you see some AYDF profile page. Okay, so that is it. And just come down here. What else can I do? We don't need this, so let's just remove this. We don't need this. Okay, that's how simple it is. So let's just log out and log out. So logged out. Now the next one I'm going to do is to deploy. So what I'm going to now do is come down to our GitHub. Let me say GitHub Samuel right there. Then I'm going to create, okay, I need to create a repo. Then I will say, waiting for it to load up, social emerald. Okay, so you know, necessary, just create. So once we create it, first we must have GitHub big git ignore. Let me confirm that first. I think git ignore comes pre-installed with next.js. So let me see, .env must be included. .env must be included, okay. So you can just copy this, and let me clear terminal or close. Let me just end it. I think what I'm instead of us going to, I don't want to just push everything. Let me go ahead and add all the files. Then I will commit each of them. So let me just say first commit. So then I'll now push. I think already it knows that we're using me. Okay. I think it has pushed it successfully. Yeah, because if you reload this, you should see the changes. Making sure that .env is not here. With here, my trouble. Yeah, so .env is not here. So I just so we can just come to version and deploy our stuff. So let me see version.com slash dashboard. So while it's loading. You can just add me. We're going to have to wait for it to load up. Finally. I need to update those projects. Let me just create new projects. So what I will now do is, let me see. I will need to pick the social emerald, import it, import this. So for our .env, so let us just come down to this and go to our .env file. And for our .env file, we need to just copy this. Now come back. I want to copy everything here. Okay, add the value, add more. So we actually need to copy our next public SUPABASE URL and copy this. So for our next public URL, let's do our deploy URL. So let us see. Let us deploy this. You can actually change you can add it and change the environment variable for the next public URL. So it's deploying. Seeing our logs here. So congratulations, it is. Congratulations, you just deployed a new project. Basically, you can just come down to our dashboard, continue to dashboard. So we are going to have to pick this. Okay. This URL looks cute to do. Okay. Social emerald.app. So what I'm just going to now do is go to settings and I'm going to come to environment variable. Then in our environment variable, let me see. I'm going to have to add an environment variable. So let me add the value first. So this is the value. Then I have to add, I need to put slash. And for our client key, what I'm going to do is copy this, paste. So we need to actually redeploy this. I think let me confirm. That's all we need to do. So just save this. You should see it here. Okay. Now we need to redeploy. So upon redeploying now, then our app can be working. Deployment created, view deployment. Okay, so instead of using this, you can just use this thing. I was thinking I'll copy the URL. So it's deploying in a couple of seconds it should be done. So I think it's done. So let's just copy this. Let's copy this and paste it. So we will see our app. Okay, that's good. Sign in, new year, plant a seed, create account, sign in. So everything you can just sign in, continue with GitHub here, and sharp. Think you're having an error here. Is redirecting to this. Maybe because SUPABASE haven't known about our new URL. So let's just add the URL. So I'm going to say something like HTTPS. Okay, slash save URL, and also I'm going to add another one slash asterisk. So HTTPS save URL. what I'm now going to do is come down to our GitHub and come down to settings. All these settings, and let's see, settings. So in this developer settings, so in our OAuth tab, I think this, yeah. So I think we need to change our own page URL to this. Okay, so let's update our application. Don't get logged out. Application updated successfully. So let's go back. Continue GitHub. Interesting. We getting something. Got the token, but it's not redirecting. So let's just so for let me see how I added my environment variable because maybe that is the problem. And let me see, view it. Okay, so right now, mhm, let's come down to our callback. Just add the audio. Okay. So reload this. Continue with GitHub. So I think the error we're getting should be okay. I need to change this. Change this. Okay. So save changes. So that I tried it initially and it's worked. So let's just come down here and reload. So continue with GitHub and you can then say this authorize. Okay, so I think the error is from our last year. So let us come to settings, go to our end, variables and see what we got again. Okay, so what we're going to do is to edit this. And once we edit it, we're going to put HTTPS. I think this is the what you need, and because of that, we're having that error. So let's save this. So we deploy. So we open redeploying. Once it is done redeploying, let us view it. I think this is the third time I'm redeploying. So once that is done, let us come back. Let's come back here. Now we wait for it to be done. So okay, so it's done deploying, and let's come down to our website again. Reload it. So continue with GitHub again. Okay. So it's automatically logos in. So we can now check our profile. Okay, check our profile. Okay, refresh email admin. But I want to turn this to let's see first email admin, but we can actually do that. So save changes. Okay, and that will be done. So let us log out. Okay, so that is that.